For some reason, my game won't launch. It's not giving me an error, not giving me anything wrong. I was gonna do my own intro, but I can't even launch my game for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on. It just like starts to launch and then it doesn't even give me an error or anything. I don't know. I guess we'll do a verify, I guess. I don't know. I had to do some like secure boot shit for Battlefield 6, which was really weird. Battlefield 6 requires secure boot enabled in BIOS, which I already had enabled, but I don't know. I had to go in there and re-enable it, like turn it off and turn it back on, and then it started working, and now this game isn't working. That's weird. Check task manager. It wasn't there. I literally just booted up my computer, so restarted and it worked. Fair enough. Kernel level anti-cheats suck. Yeah, they suck until they prevent cheaters, and then you're like, well, that's good. Because fuck cheaters. I'll take the inconvenience. But I don't think this is the anti-cheat. This seems to be the game. Because it gives you an error code if it's the anti-cheat. It gives you a reason why. I don't know why the game's not, though. It's weird. It's not giving me any explanation of what's happening. They said it's for the anti-cheat. Oh, you're talking about the secure boot? Oh, I know. Sorry. I thought you were talking about this game's anti-cheat. Yeah, secure boot would make sense for the anti-cheat. It's very rare to see it for a game, though. Maybe that means no cheaters. We'll see. A lot of people dropping in and out. Saw something about, like, said different version. There should be a different version unless the people somehow, like, booted up Helldivers and somehow didn't... Whatever, Reese. They somehow, like, didn't update their game, but played Helldivers. It's really weird. But I have heard reports of a lot of people are, like, disconnecting right now within the last, like, day or so. So maybe the servers are having some problems with the Helldivers. But it's always hard to tell when it's the servers in HG2 or people just have, like, are having internet issues. I'm all for the anti-cheaters. Yeah. Like I said, I don't mind a little inconvenience if it means cheaters getting fucked over, you know? I'm pro cheaters. Shut up, Adam. It's funny, your first comment, that's basically South Korea. A guy stands behind you and makes sure he doesn't cheat. Because it's actually, like, illegal for someone to cheat in a video game in South Korea. Big brother, dude. It's right behind you. Lock up all the cheaters, yeah. I think that's a bit too far, but I like their gusto, you know? I appreciate the stance. You cheat? Oh, to jail you go. What up, Lunar? How's it going? I understand the fear along with Geek, but it's just, it's never happened. It's a good practice to have regardless, because your computer's vulnerable regardless of you just using the internet. The kernel level anti-cheat is most likely not going to cause that break-in. It's possibly you gaining, you know, a virus somewhere else on your PC. That's more likely. Because with the millions and millions and millions of gamers, nobody has been affected by kernel level anti-cheat. I think unless it's like there's like one game that got fucked over by kernel level anti-cheat. But hi, Annie. I think we might have to give the game a restart. Kernel level anti-cheat is the virus. Well, if it's a virus, man, it's been running great. We need to move. Why is that, honey? It does work. Watch it on Glasswire. Thing moves some data. I would assume an anti-cheat would move some data. But just make sure your tinfoil hat is like fixed correctly on your head, and don't eat a little bit too much of it. You're streaming and gaming PC? Yeah. Okay, honey. Is streaming that much of an impact? I used to be. When I started streaming, GPUs were not nearly as strong as they once were. And you weren't actually streaming off your encoder on your GPU. So you would actually encode via your CPU, and it was actually very demanding. But nowadays, I wouldn't recommend it for anyone like thinking of trying to start streaming. It's one of those, yeah, I mean, it's a very nice thing to have if you're like established streamer nowadays. Like I would probably recommend it for anyone doing it full time, but even then, it's a huge headache. There's just so many more things to go wrong in a dual PC setup. You now have a mixer, you have two different audio interfaces. You know, you now have two PCs that could have problems, right? You now have a capture card that will start fucking with your displays. It happens a lot. So, pros and cons, like anything in life, pros and cons. Definitely more pros than cons, but there it goes. Just had to restart my game. Lucas was right. How much is the streaming an issue because of like the weaker encoding? Well, I mean, nowadays, like encoding on your GPU almost has no impact on your game performance. And OBS is so lightweight, it's maybe a few percentage of like, you know, your overall performance. Like you could easily, that's why I say like don't waste your money on a streaming PC if you're streaming nowadays. It's just not worth it. But if you're like doing this professionally, yeah, it starts to make sense because you can start doing things locally on the stream PC, you know, like capturing gameplay and stuff like that. You can do extra things on the stream PC that you might not normally do. So, I remember people talking about it in like 2008, 2009 and how much streaming demanded it. Yeah, it's not really a thing anymore. Most streamers you see probably just have one single PC. And that's it. It's just not necessary. But lot of streamers, including myself, you know, you start your stream, and then you'll probably upgrade your computer at some point, and then your old computer becomes your stream PC. It just kind of works out like that. It works really well. And then occasionally you'll buy a new GPU for the encoding on your stream PC. That's what I've done. Would you say I should get a MacBook to play music on? Hey man, it works really well. Isn't it more of a convenience thing if you want to record video and audio as well for YouTuber Shorts? I mean, you could do that on a solo PC. But once again, if you want to get into a more professional environment, you can kind of control a lot more from like an exterior perspective of like stream PC capturing everything on the gaming PC. Like everything. If you're on a solo PC, you can sometimes have like problems with like audio recording if you're like trying to capture the game and some Discord. You know, you'll definitely run into it. I'm thinking of upgrading my 3080 to a 9070 or 7900. Not sure. I mean, your 3080 will still do well in Battlefield, brother. Like, I don't think it'll perform poorly in Battlefield 6. You're not going to be getting, like, crazy frame rates, but I think it'll be fine. I checked out the settings menu for the open beta. Seemed pretty good. No ray tracing, surprisingly. Most Battlefield titles tend to have ray tracing at launch. I mean, I'd never use it. Maybe in the campaign, but I'd never use it in multiplayer. Good job to us taking Turing, Secundus, and doing the samples. Good job, team. Man, nobody wants to dive on Illuminate. It's kind of funny. Ray tracing is special choice. I mean, some people don't give a fuck. They just want to play 60. But yeah, I don't think I would ever use it. But at least this Battlefield has a single player, so it kind of makes sense. Same with frame gen. Some people, like I'm telling you, dude, there's some people out there that like don't notice input lag. I swear I hate to be that guy. Some people just like the perception of their eye is way more important than them shooting when they click the button as soon as possible. You know what I mean? So. Some people just look for like the smoothness of the image so much.
Here we go.
The big bear.
Oh, eradicate.
Oh. Ba, 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 ba.
Yo, what helmet is he wearing?
I think they're talking about me. Did you win the MO? We did!
Eradicate Terminate Swarm.
You can do it. Thanks, man. Us bug divers, we stick together, man. We're consistent. And sometimes your PC explodes and your old PC is now a backup for streaming. I've never had that happen, but fair point. Yeah, I think two of them are married. I'm assuming Sandwich and the Big Bear are married, the way they're talking. Bug diving is cringe, but if it makes you happy, hey man. It's the mines. You gotta do what you gotta do.
La città ha bisogno di noi.
Richiedo un esotermico. Richiedo sentinella.
You get bonus sound effects with this lobby. Pretty new to the game. Any tips on what you would give to a new player?
Jesus.
Definitely at the start, a lot of it would just be have fun. I wouldn't worry too much about min-maxing or anything like that. Look at the enemies when you shoot at them. You know, you're gonna get a hit marker in the center of your screen, and it will tell you a lot about what's going on. It'll look like a deflection if it's the big shield with the deflect. If it's white, it means you're doing partial damage, and if it shows red, you're doing full damage. And that's to do with the penetration system. POIs are awesome. Try to pick up samples when possible. Don't pay attention too much to what's the meta or what's not the meta at the moment. I think it's a good idea to just kind of experiment and find out what you enjoy and what you know, want to use at the start. But obviously, if you want, you could always come by and ask, what's best for this? What's best for that? If you can, try to convince a friend to come play with you. This game is definitely one that is enhanced with friends. You don't need them, but it is definitely a good time. Trading democracy is the only meta. There you go. I'm annoyed by the new armor bug. When you die and go to lobby, it's muffled. Yeah, the revive armor. Yeah, hopefully they can fix that audio. Oh, I stopped using it for other reasons, but yeah, that is an annoying one. Bless you, thank you, thank you. What else? What else? Super credits are something that you can find in game while playing. It's the premium currency. You'll find them at POIs, points of interest. The yellow beam flashing in the sky, the buddy bunker where you have to double hit the button. Those shipping containers that you see sometimes, they're white and blue or white and orange. You can blow those open with explosives. Grenade, some weapons, autocannon, rocket launcher, stratagems. You can blow them open and then they have a chance of having super credits inside. So if you want, you can just gain all of the war bonds that way. A well-balanced loadout is overall best, unless you can coordinate with a teammate to cover the things that you're missing. So something that deal with little bugs, something to deal with medium bugs, something to deal with large bugs, armored bugs in particular. Those would be my generalized tips. Did I miss the reason why the gloom bugs are not marked on the galactic map? I don't think they've ever actually been marked before. unfortunately. So I think that's probably just reason why. But no, you're absolutely right. They probably should be marked like any other faction. But I think it's because previously they were just in the gloom, so you just assumed that they were gloom bugs. Now they're just normal bugs, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I agree. They probably should have their own symbol, or at least the planet should be like kind of hazy, but on the glassing mount to symbolize it. Absolutely. Are they now everywhere? No, 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 no. This I don't think so. I'm fairly certain you'll still fight normal bugs. It's just like certain sectors are completely consumed by the MO, right? So like this sector, it's like I don't remember the sector name, but whatever. This is the one for the MO where you have to collect samples. It's in this sector. It's in the one in Crimsica, and it's in the one for Secundus. Those sectors have gloom, but I'm pretty sure if you go like far bottom right, you can get normal bugs. I think it's based on sectors. I'm pretty sure, not specific planets. You just say Secundus? Yeah, what's on the... What's wrong? Secundus is... Never mind. What up, Hornet? Mr. Moldy Hornet, how you doing? Oh, so me and Annie watched Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday. It was alright. It was alright. I don't think it was ever going to surpass the first movie. But I did appreciate all the fan service and the all the cameos. That was pretty funny. Moldy as ever. Thank you for asking. Nice. Hope it's that good mold. Like the ones on cheese. It was a very Adam Sandler movie. Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. Very Adam Sandler movie. And Materialist. Yes. Thank you, Annie. If you guys didn't see it, Materialist, it's A24. It's kind of like the love triangle movie with Captain America, Mandalorian, and 50 Shades of Grey chick. I can't remember any of their names on the top of my head for some reason. What was it? Chris Evans and... Oh, come on. How could I not remember the guy that's in every movie ever right now? Come on, man. Pablo Escobar. I don't remember his name. Pedro Pascal. Thank you. And then what's her name? Like Dakota something? I don't remember. Nah, not Chris Pratt. No. Pedro Pascal is the new Chris Pratt. He just is. I don't know the movie. It was alright. I don't think any like single guys are probably gonna be watching it. It's definitely more of like a chick film, or like I'm dating a girl and she wants to watch it, or I'm married to a girl and she wants to watch it kind of film.
Clockwise, for sure. Just whoop.
Like I don't think any of you guys are gonna watch it naturally. The general gist of the movie is you have a person who's a matchmaker. That's Dakota's character. And she is very much a material-oriented person for her job, and it's extended to how she looks at relationships in general, right? It's a material exchange. You look at a relationship like it's a business transaction. What am I getting from them? What are they giving to me? What are we getting together, right? And she struggles because she meets a guy who's like incredibly rich, and he also looks at the relationship as a business transaction. He says some other things because she doesn't feel comfortable because he is like filthy rich and she is
Actually, you
more
know
of like
what?
a average like worker in New York City, right? Like not making an outrageous amount of money, not making no money, but decent. And then Chris Evans' character is like the the almost in poverty level, and she used to date him, but there's like spurts of like them seeing each other, and you can tell that there's love there, but she feels incredibly uncomfortable being in that position where they don't have money, because like I think she grew up poor, and they had a lot of issues with that, so she has like internal feelings about that. And the movie is basically just her having a very conflicted time deciding between rich and poor, looking at relationships between more of an emotional side versus more materialistic side. It's pretty good. It's very thought-provoking. Makes you think about how you view relationships. F1 movie was nice, just for the picture. Yeah, I want to watch it, just for the cinematography. I don't really care for the story. Meet the other players? Yeah, I will. I have to drop onto the thing. They're just kind of making weird noises. Like, I don't mind if they're just talking, but they're just making noises. Story is 3 out of 10 at best. Fair enough. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything more than that. You know what I mean? I really wasn't expecting like, some like Oscar-worthy story, but yeah, it's a movie for the cinema. Yeah, it's a movie for your eyes, not for your ears. I've heard that phrase before, and I loved it. A movie for your eyes, not for your ears. Like Avatar, yeah. I haven't watched the new trailer for the Avatar movie. Did it look good? It's a girly movie. Well, we're talking about F1 right now. I would say Materialist is a movie for your ears, not your eyes. Trailer is so nothing. I'm just like, I find it funny that the first movie was all about green, the second movie was all about blue because of the water, and the last movie is all about red, the fire. Like, it's so simplistic. It's almost insulting. This is the red movie. It's the Fire Nation. Yeah, I get it, but it's funny. What up, Peeling? How are you? This new Avatar film? Yeah, it comes out later this year. I don't remember when, Annie. The live-action Transformers were for the eyes too. If only the humans were in it too. Weren't in it too. I mean, okay, maybe it's because I was quite young when I watched like the first Transformers movie from what's his face. I felt like the story was kind of cool about the Transformers being, frozen in Antarctica, them hiding a military base, and that dam in Nevada. I'm forgetting it's called off the top of my head. I'm not American. Kind of liked it, but I also watched it when I was quite young. I haven't gone to rewatch it again. I probably wouldn't say the same thing. Yeah, Transformers 1 had really good CGI for the time. That is very much true. I haven't watched the sequels, so I'll be on. I think I've only watched maybe the first Transformers film. I don't know if I ever watched the second one. If I did, it's not memorable enough to remember. Together looks interesting. Yeah, we checked out that trailer the other day. together looks like a horror film and a comedy put together, but not in a parody way, but in a we're in a really shitty situation, but we're still making a joke about it. In a way, it's kind of funny because it reminds me of dark humor, right? When you're in a shitty situation, trying to make light of it. It's like that personality type, and they're taking that personality type and putting it into a movie, which I think is kind of cool. I don't know. It's an interesting idea, I think. I don't know how good it is. I'm not a huge fan of that horror type film, though. It's body dysmorphia kind of horror. Like the body gets fucked up and like molded together. There's just a lot. Like if you watch the trailer, like it's definitely one of those horrors where it's not like traditional just killing and you know, blood horror, but it's yeah, just weird shit going on. What up, Quasi? How are you? Personally, not a huge fan of horror. There needs to be like a relatively good story or like interesting premise for me to really get into horror at this point. It needs to be like an alien film, or because I just love sci-fi, or it needs to be like Quiet Place. It's just a really interesting premise. Like if it's just a dude with a mask, I just don't care. Or like randomly a monster attacking people at a cabin, I just don't care. It's just not interesting. In other words, you scared. I damn. Are you playing early access for the beta? Yeah. I put it even in my title. BF6 waiting room. Yeah, very excited. RP7. I'm a massive Alpha fan. I'm a lifelong fan. I have put thousands of hours into the Battlefield franchise. Yeah. Took it so seriously at one point, I even played it competitively. When's beta dropping? It drops on Thursday at like 4 a.m. EST. Basically 1 hour after my normal stream start. That'd be like 10 a.m. European Standard Time. Being a Battlefield fan's been oh yeah, it definitely has been hard. I wasn't a huge fan of Battlefield 5. Wasn't a huge fan of Battlefield 2042. It got better, but still, never felt like a Battlefield title. The most Battlefield-like title I played recently was Delta Force, and even that, you know, was obviously a weird spin on the Battlefield formula. So I'm really looking forward to playing Battlefield 6, and it looks good. It impresses me. It genuinely impresses me. From the gameplay that I saw, and from the trailer, and yeah. I liked Battlefield 1, and I also didn't like Battlefield 1. I liked Battlefield 1 for a lot of reasons, because it felt like a Battlefield title, but at the same time, it was World War 1, so I didn't love it. World War 1 just didn't stick me. I find World War 1 history interesting. Just the gameplay, I think, you know, was not my cup of tea. A lot of bolt action rifles, a lot of semi-automatic rifles. You know, the setting of, like, it just wasn't as epic because it's World War 1 also, I guess. Still playing 2042. I was thinking about booting up to 2042 and playing a little bit, but Need something interesting about World War 1. The Canadians were complete badasses during World War 1. And the Germans feared them. Oh, before he's doing good now on PC. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's ever had a bad period other than when it first came out. But after that, like, after that period in which Dice LA like repaired the game, it's kind of held a steady amount of players. I'm not surprised. My favorite modern Battlefield title would be Battlefield 3, personally. This map during a storm makes. Oh yeah, you're absolutely blind for sure. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, RP7. That's just a common thing with all Battlefield titles. It kind of doesn't matter which Battlefield title you play. Vehicles are just always overpowered. I want to say the most balanced vehicles have ever been was probably in Battlefield 4. But then I remember a lot of vehicle players just finding vehicles to be underpowered and then complaining, so people are never going to be happy. Is this just broken? I don't see the last bug hole. Hello? Did I walk by it? I must. Oh, it's in the corner. I don't know why I thought that was exploded. Yeah, to me, Battlefield 3 had this like just oomph to it. It was the art style direction of Battlefield 4 that I think I did not enjoy a lot from a visual standpoint. The art style of 4 was definitely more cartoony. Like it went backwards as far as like the graphics, in my opinion. It was nice not to have the blue filter of Battlefield 3, but yeah, Battlefield 4 never looked as impressive. Battlefield 4 also had a really rough launch. Like, really rough. It was painful. Did you like the hunting wives? It was alright. 50% of the scenes were just sex or sex adjacent. So, I don't know. The story was really just that. Which, I don't know. Basically, it was softcore porn. BF4 was inherently stronger vehicles than BF3 because no burn down. You mean the opposite? Well, because I mean, in BF4 you had limited ammo that regenerated over time. No burn down, but it was quite easy to have a rep. You wouldn't burn if you what was it, like 30% health or whatever. But when you got to that same point in BF4, you would just like start losing control, right? I can't remember the exact mechanics. My forefront doesn't like softcore porn, guys, okay? If I want to watch porn, I'll watch porn. But if I'm watching TV, I don't need to watch porn. You know what I mean? PF3 jets were quite OP. Especially the rush jets, the A10 and the Frog. Yeah, those they were super overpowered. Because the thing is with the Battlefield 4 is that you had limited ammo supply and it had to regenerate over time. So I want to say that was like the most balanced version, and in general I felt like I was less oppressed by vehicles in Battlefield 4 versus Battlefield 3. Whereas in Battlefield 3 it was super easy to just get into like a quote-unquote sniper position with your vehicle, and you know, yeah, you just absolutely dominated. Sniper tanks were such a problem. And don't get me wrong, they were definitely a problem in other games, but man, Battlefield 3 had some not so good moments like that on certain maps. Battlefield 4 had a problem with boats, though. I was not a fan of the boats. The boats were pretty obnoxious in Battlefield 4. Especially on that one map. I can't remember what it's called. But it's a DICE Sweden thing. Every game that DICE Sweden has been in control of, vehicles have been overpowered. And that's why I'm kind of excited for DICE LA to have control in this Battlefield. Because they're ultimately the ones that balanced Battlefield 4 quite well. Watch out, that 120 fell out of my hands. It'll land close. They moved the spawn beacon from recon to assault. Yeah, I think it's just they want more people to play assault. Oh, that's also a good point. They don't want spawn beacons in the back of the map. I agree with that. I didn't even think about that change, honestly. I was just like, oh, this is a really good way to get people to play assault rather than everybody playing medic. Assault will most likely be the most played class, but I think that's a good thing. Like, I genuinely think that's... Well, when the game is full of medics, that's also good. Team play goes up substantially when everybody plays medic. I mean, I'll most likely play medic a lot, just because I tend to play medic a lot. But Assault looking very spicy compared to other games where Assault has always felt like a why not just play medic kind of role, you know? So I like that they're doing that. I'm interested to see how people feel about the damage numbers on screen. Personally, I'm a big fan of it. It's something that I didn't know that I wanted. Well, we always kind of had it, right, with the point system, because they would show you individual points of how much damage you did based on the XP. But now it's more like clear cut that you just have damage numbers on screen. You can turn it off, but... Surprised you play medic? Why? So I'm OP? Probably. Having that shotgun. Great weapons. No, we'll see. Spawn beacon. Oof. Does support become the new assault? Probably. I don't think you're going to see that many supports. Support was already not the most popular class, so. Shotgun was broken? Like, actually broken? Like it was bugged? I mean, support is now medic. Oh, got you. Yeah. Sorry. I was like, what are you referring to? I mean, the spread did look too accurate on the shotguns. You usually seem to go guns blazing with a lot of games. Yeah, medic allows you to do that. Oh. It's been kind of like a problem in the Battlefield franchise since about Battlefield 3, because 2040, sorry, Bad Company 2 didn't really have that problem, because they the medic class was limited to playing with machine guns. But in Battlefield 3, you had an assault rifle. So the class, if you wanted to play aggressive, was actually medic. And it was like that for a lot of times. Medic isn't meant to support your team. It is, but they gave the medic an AoE heal that you could just heal yourself and be aggressive. I feel like in those games, you could play way more aggressive playing as a medic rather than assault, because assault, you have no way to heal yourself, so very quickly you're gonna get shot and you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage in the next gunfight. Whereas if you played medic, you're just constantly throwing down a new healing pack and you can actually play more aggressive. It's kind of like always been that way for a long time, so it'll be really interesting to see how assault plays out, because assault always felt like a worse version of medic. Figured you'd have a weak niche gun. Many would suspect that, but it hasn't been like that for a long time in Battlefield. I want to say the last time that was actually the case was Bad Company 2, when you had to use an LMG if you played the medic class, which was a weaker, more niche gun. They were harder to use. Or no gun, yeah, sure. Yeah. We'll see, Swords, we'll see. Because I'm sure they might actually implement some of the feedback they got from the test. Or before the test. They recently gotten. We'll see. I'm curious. People are dumb and have short memory. Sorry, what's wrong? Gotta get rid of weapon sling, so I'll remove the pistol. What time does the beta keys go live? It's already live. I mean, I already have it downloaded. You can go in and actually mess with your settings right now. I was having some trouble loading it, so I downloaded it on both the EA app and Steam. Which is kind of funny. But it turned out it was my secure boot. You have to have secure boot enabled. Did my game crash? Oh no. You have secure boot enabled on your motherboard, which I did have, so I had to turn it off and turn it back on again, and it worked. Were you a tank or a pilot when you played BF Comp? I was infantry. BF Comp was majority of it was infantry. There was 10v10 and 32v32, but that was played way less. When we did 32v32, me and my group were like special forces kind of thing. We were the paratroopers. They would, on purpose, get one of the pilots to sacrifice their jet for us so we could do a jet spawn where you know, fly the jet over a point, jump out, you know, and then everybody spawns on them, and then they grab the jet afterwards, right? Making sure the jet blows up, obviously. In 10v10, I was just, you know, capturing points and stuff like that. Some of the most fun I had though was like I joined like a community and then we did 32v32s every Sunday. And they, you know, used actual military ranks and they had like a team speak where the two teams would join, and then they'd obviously have commanders, and then they would like, you know, go down the structure. It's pretty cool. It was fun. And there was like an overall campaign happening. It was fun. It was definitely a big ego moment though, because a lot of that community thought I was cheating. I just started recording my gameplay. Well, BF6 is good with no problems, but I doubt it, honestly. It'll probably have problems. Like, there will be things that people point towards. Just the way gaming is in general. Like, even if the game is good, people will find things to complain about. It's modern day gaming. People are incredibly prone to that. Mine is not so much that I hope there's no problems, I just hope that it's enjoyable. That's the important thing to me. Obviously got complaints of jet abuse, but it wasn't against the rules of the tournament, so it's unfortunate for them. Yeah, there's a big problem with spawn camping with jets. That was always something that there was a lot of complaining about. I remember from the choppers and the jets and the tanks. They were always complaining about jets overextending and spawn camping. Because once you get like air superiority in Battlefield 3, it was kind of over. Because it was very easy to take out the other team. So what ended up happening is you had to have like basically a gentleman's agreement that you would allow the other team to like get their vehicle into the air or out of spawn before you started shooting at them. Hope the performance will be good. The recommended specs are very low, and from going through the settings, because you can actually go through the settings. If you want, I can boot it up after this and show you guys. It looks pretty reasonable. And on top of that, they have a lot of upscaling if you want or need that. Yeah. Battlefield games usually have a lot of CPU demand just because of how many people are on the map playing. But it's only recommending a 3700X, essentially a 8-core CPU, which is cool. An optimized game in 2025. Battlefield's never had that issue, so I suspect it's going to be unlikely to happen. Frostbite has always been one of those engines that I can kind of trust, or at least DICE in general is one of those companies that I can trust that they're not going to go over the top with visuals just for the sake of visuals, and they'll make sure that like there's a good skewing of like, you know, settings. So if you want, you can go potato mode. What am I missing? Oh. .2042 is buggy and heavy at launch. It was buggy, no doubt. But heavy? I don't remember it being heavy. I remember it being heavy in the beta, but that was before drivers.
Trovato qualcosa.
I don't remember it running poorly.
Supporto aereo.
I don't remember it being a problem at 2042 launch, personally, but fair enough. Maybe I'm just not remembering that.
Posto insetti
Richiedo
individuati.
sentinella.
I don't have an insane PC or anything like that.
Abbiate un Eagle.
I think I had like a...
Acquisito campione raro.
What did I have at that time? I think I had a 2080 and a 9900K, but both were like quite outdated by that point. I was playing at 1440p, getting like 144. Medium, I think I was like high graphics, medium graphics. If I turn it down to low, I get like 200.
Acquisito campione raro.
But here's the thing about optimization is everybody will have a different expectation for it. Right? Optimized and unoptimized is so broad. It's more aligned with your expectations rather than an actual like thing you can point at. You can sometimes point at it and be like, that game is unoptimized, but the whole video on how the engine was really unoptimized at launch, DLSS wasn't working properly. Flex made you less. Yeah, I wasn't using DLSS and wasn't using Reflex, so maybe that's why I didn't notice anything. But I also stopped watching Jay's 2 cents when he started making videos about streaming. And he was making so many mistakes. It's like, bro, stop. I like Jay, but sometimes he jumps head first into something and then it ends up being a bit silly. He said minimum would be a 2060. Just, I hope people realize that when they say minimum, they mean minimum to like at least boot it up. It'll be like 1080p 30 on a 2060. But I can't wait for the people to think that their 2060 should be doing 60 FPS. That'll be fun. I think recommended was like 3060 Ti and a 3700X, which is pretty reasonable.
Alveare di terminiti distrutto.
I think that's pretty reasonable for a current gen, not last gen game.
Supporto aereo. Inviate un Eagle.
Ultima carica.
Richiesta di orbitale. Supporto aereo.
What up, Terror? Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the Prime 3 months. Welcome back. First sub of the day. Thank you. Felt that PF6 was less CPU intensive than 2042 during the labs program. Oh, nice. Yeah, I never got to play during the labs. That's good. It's cool to hear. Today could be shortest day in history. Why is that, Annie? Annie with her left-hand turns. Everybody brace for a left-hand turn. Brace, chat, brace.
Stavi San Bernardo.
Earth's rotation, of course. Okay. Thanks, Annie. That'd be really nice if they let you do that, Swords. To at least go into the shooting range and move around and shoot. Yeah, that would have been a nice little touch. That would have been a great one. One thing I'm a bit worried about with the gameplay is that guns seem to have like 0 recoil with attachments on in Battlefield 6. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Like, I get some people, you know, they're over the whole recoil system. I was reading that in comments when, you know, people were talking about it. But I don't know, man. What weapons did you watch? I don't remember the names. But actually, I don't even know which ones they were showing, but they showed off quite a few that had like basically no recoil.
Richiedo un'estrazione.
I love that it's the shortest day by a millisecond. Super clickbaity. Love it. Clickbaity news? Hell yeah. We love clickbaity news. Can you build me a garden with planters? Context? IRL or in a game? Like in Valheim? Or not Valheim, but in Shrouded? Or Grounded 2? Nah, they were showing off an assault rifle, then they showed a machine gun. Maybe that's the one that you're talking about. But it seemed like if you just... It seemed very easy to put on attachments that would make your gun have 0 recoil. And I mean 0 recoil. Like, they showed that, like, mouse is up in the sky, hold down left click, you know, 0 recoil. And I feel like that's a bit ridiculous. Like, I think attachment systems should be beneficial to, like, that kind of stuff. But, I mean, you should still have recoil. Can you build me a chicken coop? In what, Annie? You're still not giving me any context? This is the quintessential Annie conversation. Annie, I don't know what you're talking about. You missed a word. Can you build me a chicken coop? At Maplewood. Oh, you put something at the end. Oh, you normally don't do that. You normally... The at is the end. IRL. Sure. Are we moving to a farm, Annie? What are you shooting at, bro? Did you cancel the reload by just pressing W? You press the crouch button, whatever your crouch button is. It'll just force you to stand up in a situation like that. The RPG being an anti-air lock on rocket and a normal RPG is a little crazy. I think it's good for vehicle balance personally. I'm not so sure about like the realism behind that, but I wouldn't be surprised if RPGs have that.
Richiesta approvata. Rinforzi in arrivo.
RPG is dumbfire. Yeah, but different munitions for the RPG, right? Is there no tech in the RPG? Like round? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Hello, Jason. Streaming is good. Be nice if Battlefield had like the same reload mechanic as Helldivers. Reload too early, and you lost all your remaining bullets. Leave that for like squad or something like that. I wouldn't want that in my Battlefield. The tech is usually in the launcher. Doesn't have to be. Could be in the round itself. What? Why does this team do this? We just sit here for like 5 minutes not doing anything. How much you want to bet, Jason Newcomb? One gifted. Deal. That shit drives me nuts. Just get on the damn ship. Yeah, I'm just like, what are we doing? What's the point of this? Ah, fuck it, I'm just getting on.
Pronto alla partenza. Lancio dello shuttle tra 20 secondi. Esaurito. Estrazione completa. Pelican One inizia la risalita. La democrazia prevale ancora.
I think RPGs only have like 4 dozen warheads. Fair enough. Patch? Am I blind? They come out at 5 a.m. EST, about 30 minutes from now. 36 minutes. If we were to have a patch. We shall see. We're just paying my bills. Oof. Oh no. Not like this. Patch baited. Yeah, I mean, that's why there's question marks in my title. Mm-hmm. I do that every Tuesday. Because we never know. Well, we sometimes know, but... I like that the RPG can hit walls if you don't fire it with enough clearance in front of you, preventing people from firing rockets through like tiny openings, cracks in the wall. It doesn't explode unless it reaches the activation range. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I like that as well. That's good. That's good. Good evening, people. Yo, how's the Freedom Monday Tuesday? Freedom Monday was good. Freedom Monday was good. Spent a lot of time with Annie. Play a little bit of Destiny. It's good. Gotcha. My. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember. I remember, Jason. That's a rough one, man. I'm sorry, but it's an investment. You know, it's an investment. It's an investment. It'll be okay. Jason, you play any Battlefield? You a Battlefield enjoyer? Oh. Play Destiny? Yeah, when you went to sleep, I was playing a little bit. I wasn't doing anything in particular. So, people were saying the latest Destiny raid was harder than Final Shape. Is that true? Oh, yeah. I'm assuming we're talking about, like, the competitive day one experience. Yeah. Two main reasons. One, they made the contest modifier harder than normal, right? Normally, we're like minus 30 power, minus 25 power to the enemies, which makes a big difference in how much damage we take and how much damage we deal. But they made this one minus 40, so they were skulls to us in the raid, and you were doing like 55% less damage. So the DPS timings were incredibly tight, needing people to do very mechanically intensive things like loadout swapping and min-maxing the ever-living shit out of your build. Our team was not ready for it. I think it was on Sunday and Saturday. We were attempting to do the contest modifier before they nerf it, just to see if we could. We managed to get 2 of the encounters done on contest. Obviously, this was like with a lot of practice, but I just got kicked because I didn't select anything yet. Some people are so fucking impatient. Jesus. On his top clan in Battlefield 2, Modern Combat on OG Xbox 360. Nice. I was kicked. Dude. Oh my god. Some people are so fucking impatient. It's actually crazy. Heard the yellow bar mini boss at the same health as Witness. Well, that's actually not the case. It's more just like people just being dramatic, but basically there was a huge stat crunch in this latest expansion because numbers were starting to get inflated in Final Shape, so they did a stat crunch. When you're doing damage nowadays, you maybe hit 100k. But as far as like feeling, sure. Yeah, the damage phases were incredibly long in the Edge of Fate raid. Like, you know, you were doing a damage phase for about 1 minute to 2 minutes, depending on which one. So big chunky bosses, and you know, the normal weapons that you would use during those normal like long phases, like Outbreak Prime, were banned because they wanted to make it more of a challenge. I was gonna say it's a bit of an oversight. Yeah, it's not that way. 2 minute damage phase, yeah. But there's obviously mechanics going on to extend it that long, right? And if you fuck up any of them, very quickly that 2 minute damage phase turns into a 15 to 20 second damage phase. So not everybody is always participating in the damage, if that makes sense. So for the Hydra, for instance, boss, there's these rotating shields that 2 people get called to have to take them out consistently throughout the fight. And if you don't properly take out the shields, not only do you lose damage opportunity, but also your damage phase is reduced to basically nothing.
Richiesta approvata. Dispiegamento rinforzi. Inviate un Eagle! Breccia degli
It's a lot of pressure on the shield breakers. It's not that bad. But at the same time, there was a lot of mechanics like that. In the Hobgoblin one, there's a mechanic where like you have like a shield that you can generate, and it's a sniper Hobgoblin, so you have to like parry his sniper shot on the team in order to extend the damage phase out. Similar.
Segnalo punto di estrazione.
The Hydra, or sorry, the Wyvern was just a very fast damage phase. It was like less than 30 seconds or so. Is your game Italian? At the moment, I believe it is, yeah. And then for the final boss, it's basically just someone has to do a mechanic and jump through a hoop. Only one person has to do it, though. But it's a lot of pressure on that one person. Good raid, though. I was impressed with the raid. You know, I liked it. I liked it. Good raid. German. Deutsch. Why are they leaving? Start it, don't worry, I'll make it. There's still shit to do, unless this is bugged. Maybe it's bugged. I haven't even been over here. This yellow beam. What's your favorite raid between Destiny 1 and 2? That's a tough question.
Ich gehe am Terminal.
Last Wish was extremely good. Extremely good. Rulk, I'm forgetting his raid's name. I just know him as Rulk as the final boss and just say Rulk. Extremely good. Final Shape, I didn't like that one nearly as much, and this one's really good. So I want to say my top three are like Last Wish, Rulk, and then this latest one. And then Final Shape after that, probably. Yeah, we didn't finish the contest modifier. But you know, obviously I've been playing off stream here and there. And we've done the raid many times with the challenge modifiers and stuff. And I was just talking about how we were doing the contest modifier. So the same thing as the day one, but trying to complete it afterwards. It's still extremely hard, man. It's nuts. It was also Destiny's most cheated raid. I think it was like 2/3 of all completionists on day one were cheaters. Obviously they're getting banned. But yeah. So you like D2 raids better than D1? Absolutely. Like, there's nostalgic power to D1, but like D1 raids suck. It's kind of like thinking about World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft had the exact same problem of, if you go look at like, you know, Molten Core versus like one of the more recent raids, you know, many people will probably say, yeah, the new raids are better. But that's for the context of talking about better. Which one is more nostalgic to you, or which one do you have better memories of? You're probably going to say the older one, right? Because everybody's nostalgic of history. You know? Cheating in PvE game is crazy? Yeah. People are cringe. The funny part was Milo, he's like a Call of Duty streamer content creator. Pretty popular on YouTube. He's been really getting into you know, Destiny lately. And he's been getting flamed a lot by like this one particular small YouTuber. I don't even know his name. But he's been getting flamed a lot for like cheating and like, cause he does these like blind raids, but he's not always like totally blind to the raid. But he tries to figure out the raid and the mechanics of the raid without like looking up guides with the team. And, you know, there's always this guy who's like flaming him. Turns out that guy who's flaming him for cheating paid someone to cheat for him. And get the emblem. Oh, the great irony of life. Last time I played Destiny 2 was around like Curse of Osiris. When was that? Curse of Osiris was added to Destiny 2 like 5 years ago, something like that probably. Maybe the cheaters and Fall Guys. Yeah, some people are just lame, bro. Well, he's talking about Destiny 2. I'm forgetting when Destiny 2 added Trials of Osiris. I think it was because it was Trials of the Nine at the start of Destiny 2, and then they changed it when Saint got added. And I want to say that was like... Was that around Beyond Light? Or was that Witch Queen? It got added. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember when it got converted to Trials of Osiris. Is before Witch Queen? Okay. So it's like somewhere in between Witch Queen and Beyond Light. That's what I kind of remember in my head, but I don't know. Reese is an expert. He'll know better than I. Good old gamers, let's get in. It's kind of hilarious in Fall Guys. Not gonna lie, but it was like weird as fuck. Oh yeah. I like Destiny. I do. Me and Reese were getting into quite the conversation yesterday about, because like Destiny has added a new loot system and a new leveling system. And there's like some parts of it that I enjoy, and there's some parts of it that I'm not a huge fan of. Basically, the way it works is that you start at 0 power when you first start the expansion, right? And you go from 1 to basically around like 100, 200 power. Like going through the campaign and just doing random shit, right? And then from 200 to 450, you're doing like particular activities and trying to put modifiers on them to make them harder, right? So you can like hit a certain grade so you get more power and stuff like that, and you slowly go up. But there's like a tiering of loot. So it goes from tier 0 to tier 5. And this tiering of loot basically gives you like more power on that piece of item. So like for weapons, for instance, you have normal weapon with random rolls, and then you go to the first tier 2, which is like an enhanced perks, right? And then you go to tier 3, which is enhanced perks, but you get a second row, so you get to pick between them, so they're a greater chance. And then you go to tier 4, which is enhanced magazines, and tier 5, which is enhanced barrels, and there's shader and stuff like that. And for armor, it's similar, like better stat rolls and stuff like that. But a lot of it is like, it's a lot of like grind to get that higher power. And a lot of people are, you know, doing that grind with this new system. And it's a lot of just like do the same activity over and over again. So it feels very like time oriented. You got to invest a lot of time doing the same activity. You don't have to, obviously, but it feels a lot slower if you don't do it like that. And what me and Reese were talking about is when you do the raid currently in Destiny, you very regularly, if your power isn't high enough, just get tier 1 loot. So like bottom of the barrel, like you'll probably never keep that loot. Regular shit that you get out in the wild that's like tier 2 will probably be better than it in a lot of situations. And that's a kind of like a problem that Destiny 2 has at the moment, is if you do hard content, you don't necessarily get good loot immediately. You have to invest in the overall power structure of the game, and then you have a chance to get good loot from completing the raid. Like I've done the raid like 10 times almost, I think at this point, and I've yet to get anything that I would actually keep because almost everything is like 58 stats armor or tier 1 loot weapon wise. And it just seems kind of off. If you do something hard, you know, like doing a dungeon or a raid or Trials of Osiris, they probably should have a base tier that they give out, right? Doesn't have to be super high, but just something. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So in Destiny, there's like a base power or a base like difficulty of raids, and then you can put feats on it to make it more challenging. And then you have to finish triumphs to then unlock a higher tier. So you have to like invest in the base power grind of the entire game, and you need to invest in the raid and do it many times in order to get the higher tier loot. Which just... So like Reese was on the side of he loves it because it just gets people to get into the raid more and raid more often, right? Because he doesn't like it when like a raid comes out, people get the stuff that they want, and then they stop playing very fast. And then here I am, I'm just like, dude, I've done like 10 raids and it feels like I've literally made no like I've been making progress obviously on the triumphs to unlock this better tier loot, but it's like, I haven't gotten anything. And it doesn't feel like an ARPG, right? In an ARPG, you're making like incremental gains to feel more powerful, right? You're like gaining loot. And there's like this, there's this entire grind of like getting to the top tier of an ARPG when you play Diablo or you play, you know, PoE. You're like, you're modifying and getting better and you're optimizing. But right now in Destiny, at least from like a long-term player perspective, there's like this massive grind of like nothing changing. And then when you get to the top, then you have all this loot to go grind. But there's like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of gameplay with it. You're really not gaining really anything. And it doesn't feel very good at the moment. In a few hours, they're increasing the tier of loot. Yeah. So they took the feedback, which is good. And I'm looking forward to see how it feels. It's just... Bungie missed the plot on the whole like existing player. Like, I think this system would work, and I've said this a couple times. I think this system would work if I like was just brand new to Destiny, because I probably would have that experience of getting new stuff constantly. But because they never sunset armor and gear in this latest expansion of Destiny, like you're not really doing anything new for a long time or getting anything new for a long time. There's like a weapon here or there, like they added a rocket pulse, which is like really OP, but other than that, I feel like I haven't really had any loot chase. Or if I did, it's like just wait until you hit tier 4 loot and then loot chase. And that kind of feels a bit backwards. Has Mr. Maple Battlefield 6? Oh, yeah, we got it up. Yeah. Yo, what up, Molly Hunter? I allow people to join on the weekends, on like Sundays, brother. Tier 3 subs and stuff like that can join me. But, yeah. No worries, dude. No worries. You're new. It's all good. Not gonna lie, after getting into Destiny last year, there's so much to catch up on and grind, like hundreds of hours. Yeah. Existing players talk shit on Destiny, and you'll constantly hear bad things about Destiny, but if you're a new player to Destiny, I think you'll really enjoy yourself. There's like hundreds of hours of content and stuff to find and chase after and stuff in Destiny. Like, most of the negative you hear about Destiny is people that feel burned by the game because either this or that changed, or this or that happened to them like 5 years ago in Destiny, or people that don't feel satisfied with the current level of content or something like that. But if you're like a new player that doesn't have any of that emotional baggage, you'll probably really enjoy Destiny if you're into that kind of game, obviously. Not everybody's like a fan of that kind of game, so. Imagine enjoying Destiny. It's such a taboo thing to enjoy playing Destiny. Like, you actually get like shit on for it. It's so weird. What kind of killed Destiny for me was the sunsetting mechanic. The sunsetting mechanic is a good one. It's actually necessary in Destiny to have sunsetting. The problem is that when people hear sunsetting, they think of Beyond Light sunsetting, and that was the worst possible way to do sunsetting. Because the way they did sunsetting was they removed actual base content of the game, which sucked. A lot of your weapons got sunsetted, right? And then they didn't replace those weapons with new stuff, right? Because, like, if you're going to take away people's toys, you got to give them new toys to go run after. And there just wasn't enough new stuff in Beyond Light for people to chase. So it was a really bad idea. Because you were, you know, you were doing all this sunsetting, and they were just adding enough in perpetuity, right? Like, I think I used that word correctly. Anyways, but the idea of sunsetting is one that's been around for fucking decades when it comes to gaming, and it's important. It's the reason why, like, every MMO on the planet does it, right? It's to help you find a reason to continue playing. Because your old stuff is no longer good enough. You gotta get new stuff. And you could do power creep as like a way to have that chase, but it's really difficult to do because Destiny has this issue of, you know, you'll easily still be using weapons that you used 5 years ago in Destiny because the power creep just isn't enough. Because they might only power creep by like 10%. And like that'll matter to some players, but most players don't give a shit about like, you know, 10%. So the more heavy-handed approach of like, well, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy tends to work out better when it comes to loot chase. I tried Destiny for me. It just felt like such a cool concept, but missed opportunity. I think a lot of Destiny feels very dated at this point, unless you're talking about raids and dungeons. It's the only part of Destiny that like keeps me coming back. Everything else in Destiny feels like I'm playing like a really old game. Because it is. Because there's no other game that can compete with Destiny when it comes to like raids and dungeons. No other game has been able to do it. If you're facing a charger, how would you kill it? Frontally using a machine gun? If I'm using a heavy machine gun, get it to run by you and shoot its butt. It's very weak. Its butt will explode and it will bleed out shortly after. Oh, didn't realize there's that many bugs following me. Could understand. It was just like a little discouraging grinding a bunch of gear that could be useless in a few months. But that's how they get you to grind new gear, Tim Tam. Because if they didn't do that, you would just hold onto your gear and hoard it, and you would never feel like you need to get something new. Or if they did, it would be like very, very few and far between. I don't know how many times you played MMOs. It's the same thing in MMOs, right? Every expansion, there will be a reset of gear, and then you'll have to go get new gear. But often the new gear will have some interesting spin on it or a new mechanic, right? But in Destiny, they don't do that nearly as often. So very rarely are you feeling like you need to go get new gear. Unless they sunset the gear. So it's not as powerful. But I find that a lot of more casual gamers that haven't really played MMOs don't really understand the concept or don't value the concept. They just see it as a negative. Especially Destiny players, because when they sunset gear, they also sunset content. So there's this like negative connotation towards it. Oh, I got animation locked. Ugh. Destiny's the only MMO I've ever played, and that makes sense, right? You're kind of foreign to the concept, and the only sunsetting you've ever really dealt with is a really bad form of sunsetting. What I'm trying to do is like explain to you that sunsetting is actually a good thing. Destiny just did a really poor job of doing it. Hopefully that makes sense. Ah, fuck this. But now Destiny 2, like the entire player base is like just like you, right? There's a lot of people that are like they don't trust sunsetting at all. So if they even get wind of anything that could potentially be sunsetting, they're like super like, you know, emotional is kind of the wrong word, but like just against it immediately. Even though it would actually help the game quite a bit. I wouldn't call issue 2 a Destiny killer. Oh, it definitely isn't. Destiny's not a co-op horde shooter-ish game. It kind of is at times. It can be, depending on the game mode. But no, it's more of like a looter shooter MMO. MMO light. My god, I didn't realize my teammate was running through there. Have you done ultimate raids in Final Fantasy 14? No, I never really played Final Fantasy. I played a lot of MMOs, but I played very little Final Fantasy 14. I did not like it. Create more to Warframe. Yeah, Warframe, sure. Warframe and First Ascendant are kind of their own thing because they're free to play and money can be exchanged hands for loot. In that regard. Because Issues Destiny is not the gear chase, it's the lack of direction on what to do to advance. I understand that, but I never had that problem with Destiny. I'll be honest. Personally, never had that problem in Destiny. It always kind of made sense to me. I can understand that from like a brand new player's perspective. There's like so many choices, you don't know which one to go for. But I kind of like that in games also. I like it when a game has many choices and I can go in any direction. And then there's like a vague way of like looking at what to do next. In Destiny, it's just more prestige content. So it's like you go from story content, then you go to strikes, then you go to like grandmasters or whatever, then you do dungeon content, then you do raids, right? Exotic missions are somewhere in there. But it's like freedom of choice. And then if you need to progress your power, you just look for the shiny thing on the map that says pinnacle. So personally, I never felt like that was a problem, but I can understand that if a new player is like very foreign to the concept of MMOs or Destiny in general, it can be confusing. For me currently, it's more just like loot chase and it's loot chase and a lack of a Destiny 3. They, for some reason, had it in their head that they were just making the next World of Warcraft. Nice. They were just making the next World of Warcraft, and I don't think that was ever the right option for Destiny. They needed a Destiny 3. And I think many people would probably agree. then you need to buy the DLC to be able to play PvP trials. Now that one's a smart decision personally. I don't agree with people that don't like that decision. Like that's a smart decision in the end of the day. Trials of Osiris should require the latest DLC. And not because I want them to monetize the game harder, but it's actually for like anti-cheat. It's a much larger barrier to entry for cheating. There will still be cheaters, but it will definitely reduce the amount by a ton.
Schwer, östlich, in der Nähe.
Erbitte Orbitalfeuer!
Fordere Unterstützungswaffe an.
They reworked Destiny a bit, give it some more like MMO features. I'd hardcore play Diablo 3 or Destiny 3. If a Destiny 3 came out, I would expect it to be a little bit more or a little less casual friendly, because like Destiny over time has become less casual friendly. Might not always feel like it, but you know, if you compare it to Destiny 1, there's a lot more like hardcore stuff going on, you know. Hopefully that will fund Destiny 3. I don't even know if they're working on Destiny 3 at the moment, which is the crazy part. I think it will maybe go into production maybe after Marathon finishes. They've just been so focused on Marathon that I don't think they've been eyeing Destiny 3 at all. Which I think is what some of the hate towards Marathon is like disgruntled Destiny players just, you know, why isn't that just Destiny 3? Which is fair enough. But that needs to be good. They're in duty work. Yeah, they're not looking good if it doesn't go well.
Markiere Karte. Östlich. 300 Meter.
Wagtunnel-Durchbruch.
Play Battlefield 6. I already have it installed. As it says in my title, BF6 waiting room.
Erbitte Geschütz!
Evakuierung möglich, sobald
Up,
ihr
mod.
bereit seid.
How are you? Does anyone know how to get the Battlefield 6 open beta on Steam? Well, you have to have your, like, you have to have a code for the early access. So, you had to watch like a streamer. I'm pretty sure you can also like get EA Play Pro to get into the beta early. I'm not exactly sure. But like for the Thursday, Friday, I got the code through Labs. Oh, okay. So you've inputted it onto the website. Like you're in, like, and everything's linked. You got to make sure that your EA account's linked to Steam, right? But once that's done, you should just be able to like go to the story page of Battlefield and just download it.
Positioniere Pin. Nordöstlich. 300 Meter.
Yeah, once you link everything, you're good to go. Yo, Cranky. Thank you so much, Mr. Cranky old man. I didn't have my OBS open. Thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it.
Bergaußenposten entdeckt.
Erbitte Orbitalfeuer. Magazin leer.
Evakuierung möglich, sobald ihr bereit seid.
Lade nach.
What do I link my Steam to EA? If you're on the EA website, like, it's just account linking section of the settings. Pretty straightforward. But I think you could also do it probably from the Steam settings as well. Would be my guess. But not sure about that one. It's the open beta this weekend. The open beta starts on Thursday. Thursday morning. But also this weekend, if you don't have access to the early part of the beta. Just wait, sometimes they're a couple minutes late.
Schicke einen Adler rein.
Warming up and be fun? Nice.
Evakuierungsanfrage bestätigt. Shuttle im Anflug.
I hope you'll actually be able to play J Snookum. Like, play, like, when you log into the servers. Because they say the only way to play on the 7th would be, through EA Play Pro or, like, having the code from Twitch. Because the beta goes, like, proper open to everybody on the weekend, like Saturday, Sunday. But there's, like, a beta period from the 7th to the 8th, I believe it was, like, Thursday, Friday, which you're supposed to be a Battlefield Labs person, be a, be an EA Play Pro member, whatever the fuck it's called, and then, or be someone who has gotten the code on Twitch. So I'm just hoping that you'll actually be able to play on the 7th. Because it sounds like all you did was like go to the Steam page and you're like request access. I don't have either, so I might be out of luck. Yeah, I don't know. You can get a code from some people. Some people have like extra codes and stuff. Yeah, I'll react to you in a second, chat. I'm just extracting. Dun, 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 dun. I'm just kidding. We got places to be. We got patches to patch. Come on, man.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab. Die Bürger dieser Stadt werden für ihren Dienst dankbar sein.
Last playtest I was in 2 months ago was 7 gigabytes. Is 40. More content, probably. Gotta make sense. More maps, probably. More textures, stuff like that. Rather than a slice of the game. Every time I watch Maple play on 10, it looks very calm. Just practice, 11. I also have a pretty relaxed demeanor when I play, so that might also play a patch. I'm well aware. We're just waiting for the ship. I know there's a patch. I know. Chat, they told me yesterday. I got to read the patch notes yesterday. I was well aware. I had to play dumb. April, we get a new order? Not yet. The major order hasn't even finished yet, so we can't get a new major order if we're not even done. Cheater. I think our bet was void. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't expect it, brother. I played you. I hustled you. Don't worry about it, just nuke 'em. Will it show up, or do I have to quit out? I think I have to quit out. Oh, it literally just showed up. Are you serious? Literally, as I closed Steam, it popped up. Come on, man. That's crazy. Let me bring up the patch notes for you guys. Thank you, Trindle. So, bunch of crash fixes, which is nice. Always nice to see. EPOCH decreased the weird accuracy spread bug thing. 75% better. We love that. So I'm assuming that it will still not be like pinpoint accurate, and it will occasionally drift, but 75% difference is huge. Laser turret, the bars on the back actually will show how hot it's getting. Before it was like, I guess it was just like a graphic problem. It was just like not showing how much it was using. The lift warp pack will no longer shows when in first person mode. It's the same problem as when you go first person, you like dive forward, you'll sometimes see it poking through. Same with the oh, they didn't actually fix the warp pack. I thought they did. Oh no, that was the warp pack, not lift pack. Sorry, I'm being weird. The lift warp pack allowing you to teleport out of the ship, that's been fixed. That's unfortunate. It is what it is. Fixed desync between clients using the warp pack and getting out of a vehicle. Same kind of problem, I believe. It's like kind of the same one. Pacifier. If you've ever used the pacifier, you'll notice that when you finish the reload, you can't shoot immediately. I think it's just like mistiming with the reload. So they fixed that, which is cool. Enemies can navigate places easier, and then just like fixing some weird stuff. Cool. EPOCH is still in the known issues. They don't always update the known issues immediately. It sometimes takes a little bit of time. Why am I getting 20 FPS on low settings when I usually get 60? I'm not sure what's going on. No, I don't know. Check your game, I guess. What's the warp pack ship issue? You used to be able to teleport outside of the ship in a quite silly way. So like while the ship is like flying away into the distance, you could teleport out of it.
Bereit für eine weitere Mission, Herr Diver?
All right, let me do some quick admin. Just gotta change my title and stuff like that, chat. Changing titles. 1 second. I have to do this stuff. I guess that wasn't on the... They couldn't do it fast enough, Chase Nickum, unfortunately. Just want to take a screenshot of this. Can you try EPOCH? I will. I just have... Guys, I need to do some admin stuff. I don't have, like, a professional mod team to do it all for me. I have to do it. Give me a moment. Almost done. Actually, I think I can get a... Can I get a better picture? No. I want a better one. That's a better one. That's a better screenshot. Yeah, I'm not sure if I love that change about the teleporter. Personally, not a huge fan of it. I kind of, it's one of those, like, fix it in like 6 months or something like that. Maybe not 6 months, but like, you could eventually fix that. And I think they probably should fix that bug or make it look more intentional. But like, do they really need to like rush to fix it? Probably not. You know what I mean? So I'm sure that a lot of people are not going to enjoy that warp pack fix just because it was actually quite fun to do. But what are you going to do? It is what it is. Because I think largely the community would have gotten bored of it eventually. So I don't think it was a big deal to eventually fix it, but you know. Such a non-issue. Well, some bugs make the game look silly and not in the way that the devs want it to, right? The devs have a certain vision for the game, and you might find something fun, but it doesn't fit what they want, right? They could have definitely changed it in a better way to make it look more intentional, right? So it better fit the game, right? Rather than the way they did it was just like, you just can't do it. Yeah, warp will still work in the bunker. There's nothing wrong with that. What did they fix? Being able to teleport out of the ship as it flies away.
Test des Meldungssystems. Freiheit.
This is kind of like the same thing as like them fixing like emoting while falling, or what's another one? Or being immune if you emote while falling, right? It'll probably have the exact same response. And I'm sure the devs will hear that, and then they'll probably find their way of fixing it, but also keeping that. All right. So, accuracy test. Let's like shoot. That one was a little bit off. That one's a little bit off. That's just normal drop. That's just normal drop. That's just normal drop. So it seems like when it does go inaccurate, you're maybe looking at like a couple degrees of inaccuracy at most. Seems fine so far. I wasn't expecting this to be a sniper. Well, I was just expecting it to feel usable. Oops, I let go too early. Says hey and kill him. Feels good. Feels good. It's exactly what I wanted. I still feel as if they could give it the destruction necessary to kill a bug hole at like the full charge, you know? You don't have to give it destruction at like low charge, right? but on max charge, I think that'd be fair. Oh, he's got to be weak. Also, I never use EPOCH. It's great. I highly recommend. A lot of fun. Oh, this guy's kind of blocking me. I haven't had the crash with the customization panel in like a month. I was kind of surprised that was still happening, honestly. Maybe this exploit was causing the customization panel of the weapon. That's right. Unexpected bugs and potential problems. It's possible the warp pack was causing issues. They just don't say if it was or not, so it's big speculation. It probably wasn't creating any instability, but who knows? I believe this is also one. I think of this as like the same thing that happened with the emoting while falling, right? The devs see it as just something that like it makes our game look kind of dumb, and that's not what we intended. But then the player base really loved it, right? And they fixed it. And now it'll just take some feedback from, you know, the community to get added back in some way, right? So don't freak out, chat. Just provide feedback. As long as they see that people liked warping out of the ship, I'm sure they'll add it back in some form. I don't know, I think it's fine. I mean, I do think it's being blown out of proportion right now, but, you know. Is what it is. Good morning, Margot. How are you? I actually feel confident doing this. Okay, that fucking shrieker. Oh my god. It's not facing me, unfortunately. He's dead. I see that audio bug is still there where it randomly just gets way louder. 2 more exams this week. Good luck, buddy. Doesn't feel like they fixed the terminal bug. Sometimes you can't access the terminal inside objectives. Yeah, unfortunately that's been a problem since game launch. So I don't know. It's one of those things that it's like it's just a really unfortunate when it happens. But it's been happening since launch, so I think it's just like one of those things that they're constantly trying to stamp it out, but it's tough. Never had the problem until now. You got really lucky, and now it seems like you're getting very unlucky if you're getting it a lot. Because I've been running into it since game launch, but it's, yeah. I think a lot of people started seeing it on Super Earth, maybe that's the first time, but it's been in the game for a long time. But I think it's like 2 problems now. On city maps, it just breaks randomly. And I think people see it a lot more now because of city maps, maybe. But then there's also the other issue of if there's a lot of like people leaving and joining the mission, sometimes panels and stuff will break and get bricked because of people constantly joining and leaving because the host is migrating constantly. And if someone like leaves at a bad time, it seems like maybe that might be causing it, but not sure. When they had cities, with Super Earth Invasion, a couple months ago, 2 months ago. A big one, though, that is easily preventable by the player is the drill mission for bugs. Don't call in more than one drill at a time. Just don't. Stick with your team and do the drill together. Not like the geological survey, but like the nuke nursery one. Do it together. The worst thing you can do is call 2 in at the same time, and then it bugs out. Which is quite unfortunate. That one fucking sucks. They definitely need to fix that. But yeah, side objectives bugging out seems to be very much a city thing. The radar station likes to not work. It doesn't happen super often, at least for me, but that seems to be one in particular. What's the BF3 segment? Battlefield 3? Hell yeah. I'm in. I've had the geo surveys get stuck in the ground where they can't be reached recently. I think that's happening with call-ins in general. It seems to be happening with the Pelican also, where either it's like floating above or in the ground. You can still access them all the time. Try proning and crouching next to where the panel would be. You can sometimes access them when they're in the ground. It's very weird. They need to fix that. It is flying straight and true. There's still a little bit of like inaccuracy to it. I think probably the goal was to make it not like the railgun. I don't know why I called in debug. That's a lot of brood commanders, man. Playing through the Doom games, and when I'm done, I'll be doing Wolfenstein. Cool. Cool. Should make a video on graphic settings for more FPS and low latency. There's already hundreds of them. But also, I don't do anything special. I play on max graphics, so. But the video would basically just consist of turn down the graphic settings to an appropriate level for your graphics card and CPU. And at a certain point, there's no settings that you can change. It's mostly just accepting that you might need to upgrade. This game is very CPU dependent. A lot of people run into problems with performance just because most games aren't this CPU dependent. I think the EPOCH is still lacking a bit. If you could reroll while moving, pick a weapon. I think it's fine. It's a really fast reload, and it's in 2 segments, so what you can do is you can... God, I was trying to fire it off there. You can reload, and then keep moving, and then just finish the rest. Right? It's a really fast reload, so... I don't know. If I was going to change anything, it would just be... maybe extending out its range. Just giving it, like, bullet drop of the farther ranges instead of it, like, automatically blowing up. And if it's a full charge, it should be able to kill a bug hole. That's all I would change about it personally. College Buddies was lazy a few weeks ago and decided to just copy paste portions of it for an essay. He didn't notice that it was the book they copied written by the prof. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. Watch out, there's a cat behind you. Thank you. Good comms. I didn't realize. It's funny that they would test those games for the 5080 versus 9800X3D. Because SM2 is very much CPU bound. And Final Fantasy XIV, the last time I saw it, was also incredibly CPU bound. So it's a weird test. Picking just CPU bound games. Well, the test was to show off X3D memory in CPU bound games. Moore's Law is dead, baby. Not on those games. On those games, it's fucking CPU cache difference. Do you think our new major army? No idea. We'll see. You see Baskinier's cat in Discord? Looks like Luna. Terminate's cousin? That's funny. Nah, I haven't seen it. Can't reload. Oops. Any test seeing the CPU is really of importance in 4Ks? Well, yes, in some games. Yeah. Most games are not like that, though. Most games are not that CPU dependent. The vast majority don't play like Helldivers, which is one of the reasons why people have such trouble with Helldivers, is they build their PCs for like other types of games. My god, dude. I'm just getting killed by my teammates like crazy. I just bled to death because of my teammate. OV6 doesn't require... Yeah. I'm assuming it's still logging into it, but it doesn't require you to install it. I'm guessing. Is what you're saying? Yeah, those are all very CPU intensive games, yeah, for sure. Well, I'm just wondering if the EA app is still being run in the background while you're playing Battlefield 6.
For the next major story arc, would you rather go dig up Hive Lords or march on Cyberstan?
Since we just finished a bug MO rival, I would say Cyberstan. Big time. Long time coming. You don't need the app anymore. Just need link accounts. So like if you don't have the EA app installed at all, you're fine. That's cool. That'll definitely make a lot of people happy. Never really bothered me because I just use EA Play Pro every once in a while, but fair enough. Good to see. I think the only reason I have EA app installed is literally for EA Play Pro. Every once in a while I'll subscribe to it just to play a new game. EA launcher is type ass. It's fine. I mean, it's not like Origin was ass, but EA's is fun. I don't have any problem with it. It just kind of works. I think the only time I had problems with the EA launcher is when they transitioned from Origin to EA. The EA launcher is kind of buggy at the start. Thank you for the 20, by the way, Rival. Appreciate you, buddy. Very kind. You cool cat. No, you cool cat. What are we waiting for? Genius? Genius is AFK. Gotcha, Margo. Cool. Will you have Twitch drops for the 7th? For BF6? I have no idea. If anyone will. Is there Twitch drops for BF6? I don't even know. Guess I can look. I'm pretty sure everybody gets those things, but I have no idea.
Welche abstoßenden Larven gerade in der Düsternis schlummern.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Maple you peep.
I will. I will have those drops. I will. I can show you guys. Starts at August 7th, 4 a.m. EST. At least it's my time. I will have the drops. Wheels! Thank you so much for the tier 3 11 months, buddy. Welcome back. Thank you for the massive support. Hope you're well, buddy. Thank you so much, Wheels. Very kind. Very kind, dude. Insane. Insane support. Did you watch the Jax Frags video? Very insightful. The new one? No. I'll be honest, a lot of the times it's clickbait, so I didn't watch it. But anything I should know in it? Oh, what am I doing?
Orbit synchronisiert.
$11 months went quick. Dude, time flies. He goes over many of the small mechanics. Okay, I'll check it out. Maybe I missed them. Been trying to replace my first gen Ryzen with the highest AM4 CPU I can move. I would definitely do the upgrade. You know. Just so you can keep your RAM and motherboard, you'll save a lot of money and just more value. I don't think there's enough of a lift in performance at the moment going to AM5 if you have the option to go get a 5800 X3D. Now, if you had to buy a new motherboard and RAM, I would then be like, okay, yeah, just go to AM5. But if you already have a motherboard and RAM that's working just fine, just Just upgrade to the 5800 or 7800 X3D or even the 5600 X3D is an option. Hell, didn't they just add a 5500 X3D? So I'd probably aim for the 57. 8 cores, 16 threads is kind of a bare minimum, I would argue, nowadays for a lot of gaming. I wouldn't really recommend getting a 12 core, 16 thread CPU anymore. There's too many CPU dependent games that really do leverage the extra cores. Helldivers is one of them. I got a 5700 X3D and double my minimum frame rate in Helldivers. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a big upgrade. Prices seem to be going up. They're probably making less of them. Is probably what's happening. Because over time, they'll phase out the 5000 series, right? That's what we're doing right now, Kent. Patch has been out for about 36 minutes. But EPOCH, accurate. It's as accurate as you would expect it to be. There's a little bit of inaccuracy to it, a little bit of bloom, but I feel like you're only really going to notice that at like the extreme, like almost max distance that you can fire it at. But I'm happy with how the EPOCH feels right now. This is what I wanted. I still want the EPOCH to get like the ability to close a bug hole at max charge, and I still want the EPOCH to what's the second one? Brain. Potentially get a 4th round in its magazine, but I'm happy. Oh, a little bit more range. That was what I was thinking of. I think it capping at 150 before it air bursts is like a bit silly. I think it should go to at least like 200, 250, but it is what it is. Just give it drop. Don't make it air burst, just make it drop. I think would be a fair compromise. So at least you have to do a little bit of quick maths to make sure it works. 150 meters, similar to the Raptor. It is somewhat similar, yeah. The Raptor goes farther now, though. I can't find a brand new 5800. That's because they stopped making the 5800 X3D. I would go for like a, for a 57. I think the only 5800 X3Ds you're going to find at a decent price would probably be used. Reload while moving? Dude, I'm going to tell it again. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, you literally just do the first part, and then you do the second part. Like, it's... Nah. Stationary reload is totally fine. It doesn't need a reload while moving. Especially since it has a clip. If it, like, only had, like, a 1-round magazine, alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's a really short reload. Especially if you, like, time it. Do a little reload cancel. A little min-max to it. Moosey. Thank you for the tier 1, 33 months, buddy. Welcome back. Are you woofing at me? Are you a dog? Dog? EPOCH plus hover pack combo? Yeah. I was moving for you. Huh? This is some furry stuff. What's the difference between the 57 and 58? A little bit of core speed, but that's about it. They're essentially within margin of error. You, to your eye, would not notice the difference. In a benchmark, you could probably, you would see it, you would, but you would never know. Basically, the 5700 X3D is just a way for them to have lesser SKUs, be able to, you know, be sold, essentially, right? They don't have to be as perfect as 5800 X3D. So it means they can have a larger supply, essentially. What type is the weapon is the EPOCH? Mostly an anti-tank. There's a little bit of AoE to it. And it's worth mentioning that there is AoE as part of the EPOCH, but it's not really something that I would, like, sell to someone as, like, oh, that's part of the weapon, right? Why is it every map I go on, I just run into Shriekers? The EPOCH is a worse version of every other support weapon. What? It's a weird take. Do you want to clarify that? What they patch? Top of the screen if you want to read through it, but the main one was crash fixes, and they fixed the inaccuracy of the, oh, that's so sad, of the EPOCH. If only I hit that crossbow shot, you know? 21 more days for Xbox release? Hell yeah. Ready when you guys are. But anyways, yeah, EPOCH's good. It's a good weapon. It's not S tier, but I think it's very usable. Extremely usable. It's a good anti-tank choice. Really just started playing. Excited for the influx of Xbox boys. Yeah, it'd be fun. Looking forward to it. The guys and gals joining is gonna be great. Abiotic Factor. I've seen people play that. You liking it, Murphy? What's the meta in your opinion? Warbond purchases aside. Eruptor. Probably a mixture. It depends on the faction you're playing. Mixture of like Quasar or Recoilless or like, I don't know, maybe Heavy Machine Gun for Illuminate. Illuminate's a tough one to nail down, like which one exactly is the best support weapon. So hard to say for Illuminate. That one's a little bit tougher, but Eruptor is by far like the best primary weapon in the game, as long as you're fairly good at like maneuverability and, you know, positioning yourself correctly, knowing when to shoot, when not to shoot, where to shoot. Extremely good. Gas grenades most likely is best grenade in the game, but there's some other contenders that are pretty close. That's the worst splash stage radius. What? Does the worst anti-tank damage compared to other anti-tank weapons. So it doesn't do the worst splash radius because anti-tank weapons in general have worse splash damage. Try shooting at like a RPG, like a normal EAT at like a couple hunters that are standing within moderate distance of each other. It'll just kill the one. So I don't know, but that's a very odd critique of it. It definitely does have more AoE than most. Does the worst anti-tank damage. Sure. But you can fire 3 times back to back without having to reload. So it's a fire rate versus one-shot damage, Mr. Tasty, that you're kind of misrepresenting. Easy to kill yourself with? Sure. Maybe making it easier, but I don't think it's that hard to get good with it. It took me like maybe an hour or so to stop killing myself with it. But something that you're also forgetting is it actually has much better handling than most AT options in its vicinity. It has a 3-round magazine with a lot of reserves in comparison to a lot of the weapons that you're comparing it to. And the fire rate is significantly better than other AT options. So it's trade-off. It's a game of trade-offs, buddy. It might not be your cup of tea, but like I think we just, in this situation, we have to separate like personal opinion from like actually looking at it objectively. It's not that bad of a weapon. Because there's a lot of situations I would rather use the EPOCH over an EAT or a commando, or use the EPOCH over a railgun, especially for bugs or for Illuminate. Because like railgun, really not good against the Illuminate, but I would much rather use the EPOCH because of the explosive damage. And explosive damage performs quite nicely against Illuminate at this point in the game. I mean, outside of armor values, it does 500 more damage than Commando. Oh, that's another point against them. I wasn't even aware of that. I assumed it was very similar damage. Doesn't the Eruptor do what the EPOCH does, but much better? What? I mean, I talk about the Eruptor being a support weapon, but the Eruptor's not an AT weapon. No. I don't know what Eruptor you're using, but my Eruptor can't two-shot a Baltite in the head or a Charger from the front. Good to use Epoch on high ground. He's like jetpack. I don't know. Like the Epoch is definitely not like the best weapon, but I also don't think it's like the worst. And it can be a little hard to use, but I just see that as a challenge rather than, you know.
Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen.
Something that needs to be changed. I don't mind there being like the occasional weapon that requires more skill to use. I would like to see changes to the Epoch, like being able to, like the utility of being able to just destroy a bug hole. That'd be nice. Giving it a little more demo force would be cool. But I don't think the weapon's bad because it can't do that. Because we have so many options to destroy bug holes at this point that it's like not a huge deal that it can't do it, but it would be nice if it could.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Commando does 1100 projectile damage. Epoch does 800 all fully charged. Oh, okay, fair enough. But the Epoch obviously has AoE while the Commando doesn't. Oh, it's 800 impact and explosive. Ah. The spreadsheet nerds are fighting, chat. Careful. He literally turned. Oh, I still got him. My worst enemies, Shriekers. Fuck you, streamer. Why aren't you running at me? Oh, now you are? That's just cringe. Oh, he's dead to fire. So what weapon is that? It's called the Epoch. Oh, Ball Titan holds still up. D1, you got that? Hopefully. He ran in that direction. Hopefully he's got it. Ugh. It's a lot of Shriekers, and I don't have a good weapon to kill Shriekers. Oh my god, I hate all the Shriekers, bro. I should have brought a turret. I don't know why this guy's AFK. We'll take it. Oh, I didn't charge it enough. Unfortunate. I think there's just the 2 or 3 more holes. I don't know what's going on. Did you bring dagger? No. Constantly changing my sidearm is annoying. These fucking Shriekers. Why are you... I don't think you can fit there. That's weird. Didn't I just call in D1? Oh, he just died immediately. I don't know if he killed the bug or the Bile Titan hole. Bit concerned about that. Oh, that's awkward.
Wir benötigen ein Geschütz. Bitte
Noch 5 Minuten. Freiheit lässt nicht warten.
Freiheit triumphiert erneut über Tyrannei. Das Evakuierungsshuttle erwartet ihre Befehle.
Ba, 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 da, 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 da. What up, Receptus?
Fassvolle Durchbruch.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Erbitte Orbitalfeuer.
Safeguard is absolutely playing goalkeeper. Would you mind testing EPOCH plus 110 pods? It would be a good combo. I don't need to test it to know that it would. As long as the rocket pods actually hit, which they're not a guaranteed hit, unfortunately. They would be a good combo. Jesus. What does the EPOCH do better than the Quasar? Fire rate is the big one. Fire rate overall. But obviously you have ammo to now start worrying about.
Lege Paket ab.
I think it's pretty fair to say that like Quasar overall is the better weapon. But to say that the EPOCH is like useless is crazy to me. Oh shit. Oh. I'm constantly dizzy now? Wait, why is that? Ah.
Fordere Evakuierung an.
Evakuierungsshuttle im Anflug.
Fordere Verstärkung an. Erbitte Luftunterstützung. Rück aus die Posten.
I don't know what's going on in this mission, but it feels like this team is struggling.
Orbitalschlag.
Ah, I don't want to go anywhere, bro. I had a bug respawning over there. I had 2 charges from either side. My god. 110s are not reliable right now.
Unterstützungswaffe an.
I don't know if I would say that.
Ein Geschütz. Erbitte Geschütz.
They don't have a 100% hit rate, but like nothing in this game has a 100% hit rate.
Bereit zu befreien.
Even Orbital Rail Cannon has some inconsistencies to it. I guess it depends on your definition of reliable. The problem more with 110s is that they're so shoehorned into being a particular role. Whereas you could just bring a 500 kg and kind of do the exact same thing. Oh my god, of course I didn't. Anyone more? Dude, this is ridiculous. Dude, what the? Oh, that bug breach is still happening. Oh my god. They must have a really easy extract then, at least.
Ankunftszeit T-10 Sekunden. Pelikan 1 am Zielort angekommen. Wir benötigen ein Geschütz. Pelikan 1 setzt zum Landen an. Passt auf, wo ihr steht.
Positioniere Pins östlich, in der Nähe.
For me, 110s are as reliable as the repatch Eruptor. I don't notice that. Throw them at the feet of the enemy that you want. Just make sure the enemy's not moving too much. Because obviously they have like a tracking radius around them. They won't reliably one-shot something, but that's not what they're meant to do. Is that what you're calling unreliable about them? Is that they don't one-shot? Or just hit? Because hitting an enemy, I would say they're reliable on that. They're not 100%, but like I said, I don't think anything is.
Die Freiheit hat sie gestärkt.
They can technically one-shot something. It's just unlikely to happen. For sure. I had issues hitting chargers. It's because a lot of times when you throw them, the charger is still charging. You need to throw them at a charger when they're not charging. When they're just like walking at you. Or after you stun them. What's up, Annie? Damage on charged shots is fine, but uncharged shot cannot kill a berserker. Yeah, the uncharged damage on EPOCH is like really bad. It's basically a weapon. If you don't do the max charge, it feels like you completely wasted the shot. Which is like a stark contrast to normal railgun, where normal railgun you could get an uncharged or like a safe shot, and it still feels fairly powerful. Like you're still doing like a decent amount of the stuff that the uncharged can do. Like you can one-shot a charger in the eye, or Hulk in the eye, right? Thank God stream is fine. Thank God. What? Annie, what? What's going on? Annie, you're doing that thing again? Context? What's going on? What's going on?
Die Helldivers kämpfen für Freiheit. Wo wollen wir uns als nächstes
What are we so worried about? You're a bit of Battlefield guy. Always been COD. The new Battlefield looks really good. It's fun. It's fun. I'd recommend. I had a dream someone hacked your stream, and instead of game, it was your face in bed. I had a dream. Felt realistic. Wow. That's quite the dream, Annie. Chat, I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. That's durable damage, not even normal damage. Talking about the EPOCH versus Railgun. Sure.
Reinigen wir die Galaxie vom Alien-Abschaum.
You got some wild dreams? She does have wild dreams. All right, be right back. Go in the washroom. Luna, you stay right there. Stay right there, Luna.
Auf die Atmung konzentrieren. Demokratie einatmen. Verhalterische
Da sind sie. Die Galaxie erwartet ihre Rettung.
Good morning, Just Fish. How are you? Now I go back to sleep. Okay, Annie. Sounds good. Dun, 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 dun. You already played it? Oh, Battlefield 6? No, but we've watched a lot of the gameplay. I may or may not have played a little bit of the labs. Who knows?
Missionsziel festgelegt. Hellpods bereit. Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen. Orbit synchronisiert.
Just in case shriekers, and sure, we can bring 110s. Why not? We're still using this, so. Crisper? Why not? Love the bug. Yeah, we were thinking about this one for some merch. Misty Mood. This is not Luna. This is Misty. Annie's cat. It's the mood. It's like when you're drinking your coffee in the morning, that's the kind of mood. You know what I mean? Like, why am I up right now? Kind of mood. It is not Luna. That's Misty. We are gonna do a Luna mug, don't worry though. I don't know exactly which face we're gonna do. It's probably one of her cute ones. That guy's butt's almost one shot. It's close up. Luna and Misty look similar. Never say that in front of Annie. She will ban you from the chat. I think Labs NDA is over. Posting footage is from just a big no-no. No. I played a little bit of the Battlefield Labs, and it was good. From what I played. What I saw, I enjoyed myself. We'll see how that translates to the overall game, though. My one concern is recoil. I felt like a lot of guns did not have enough recoil in BF6, personally. Felt like a lot of guns were just absolute laser beams, and that doesn't quite feel like a Battlefield to me. Is it gonna be bear merge? We'll try. Guns are either dog shit or broken. Very much a Labs experience, and I'm not surprised to see that. That's what these beta tests and community feedback is for, right? When is the open beta? It starts on the 7th at like 4 a.m. EST. So that's like 10 a.m. European Central Time. I wonder what the breakpoint is. Can I do 2 shots? Oh, hello there. Whoa. Not strong enough, too weak for the current difficulty levels? Why do you say that?
Noch 30 Minuten für die Mission.
Oh, nice. That's a good breakpoint. Battlefield 1 at 6 betas? Dude, I don't even remember the 6 betas. That's crazy. I played a few of them. Or 8 betas. But I think a lot of Battlefields have long beta processes. They're just a lot of times closed. Not everybody gets to see them. I mean, game's currently easy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think what you mean is like if the game was harder, it wouldn't fit as well. I think that's fair. But that's kind of par for the course with all games and all difficulties. It doesn't matter what game you look at. The harder you make the difficulty, the less overall, like quote-unquote choice you have. Because meta becomes more and more prevalent. It's just always going to be a thing. It's kind of impossible to like balance a game for like the hardest difficulties if the actual difficulty is quite high. Because even the smallest of differences between weapons will make a massive difference in how the mission may feel. Kind of just is what it is. .2042 launched with an older build than the open beta. Is that true? I don't remember hearing that. Man, I feel like I'm so bad at teleporting into these bunkers all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. I swear I got worse at it. There we go. Yeah, I don't remember hearing that, Tim Tam. I feel like that would have been like fucking headline news. That would have been crazy. Maybe it was and I just don't remember. I don't know. Never knew you could do that. Oh, teleport into the bunkers? Yeah. To get the angle right is a little awkward because if you're like too close to the door, it won't let you through because you're like teleporting so far into the bunker that you'd hit the wall. If that makes sense. So you have to find like this sweet spot. Dude, that shrieker is terrifying. Get him, turret. Is true according to Google AI. Just gonna CRISPR his ass and he flew too far away. The God Razor in my eyes, man. Can't see.
Die Freiheit hat gesiegt. Auf zum Evakuierungspunkt.
I was just thinking another thing they could do with the Epoch is like really lean into the AoE nature of the Epoch. And just give it like a much larger radius. Like way more forgiving. They gotta fix that. They gotta let you teleport while in an animation like that. Because if you try to teleport while in that animation, it looks like you moved. Like the animation will show. Oh, I thought I hit him in the head. But you won't actually go anywhere. Which is a bit awkward. Like rather than just like buffing the damage or something like that, which I'm sure some people will ask for. I'd just say like, hey, maybe just go for like more AoE. If they still don't want to do like the bug breach or like bug hole, like allowing it to destroy bug holes. Fair compromise. Personally, I've been really enjoying using the Epoch. It's been a lot of fun. So. Did I really just get kicked because I didn't immediately... Dude, some people are so cringe. I revived him. He died again immediately. I kept running on. Didn't realize he died immediately. He spammed it a little bit. Then I go to revive him. I throw him Ben. And then as it's like traveling towards him to like revive him, he kicks me. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? That is petty as fuck, bro. That is so petty. People, I saw they fixed thing after instructions. You won't be able to teleport out of the channel. Yeah, unfortunately. This is a funny bug. It was a funny bug. I wonder if they'll add it back since a lot of people are asking for it. Ah. I didn't even hear him coming. Died twice, so it's obviously your fault. Honestly, maybe. Because I'll take that because I don't really need to teleport right now. Okay, maybe I did want the warp. Ah, if only I hit his butt. Is he just gonna bleed to death? You good, dude? I don't know what that was. Best when people jam you or like kick you because you're in a jammer. Yeah. Craziness. I'm gonna say it again. I think that they should have to vote kick when it's a public lobby. When it's a private lobby, nah, you should be able to kick whoever you want. But like a public lobby, if you open up to the public and public is joining, You should only be able to initiate a vote kick. I think it's just ridiculous that, like, that one person has so much control over, like, kicking someone. Why don't you call an SOS? It doesn't do anything when you've been kicked.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 30 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit 10 minus 20 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit 10 minus 10 Sekunden.
Pelikan 1 nähert sich Abholung. Ihr werdet uns niemals unser Leben fixieren. Landung von Pelikan 1 im Gange. Für die Demokratie.
We'll grab Mr. Eggert.
Evakuierung auf
Teleporting out of the Pelican was crashing games? Was it? Really?
noch ein Erdrutschsieg für dieser Erde.
Did it dev say that? I never saw anyone crash. Could you abuse kicking for like 4 times the sample contribution for like previous MO? I have no idea. Maybe. There was an exploit when they first added it that we discovered that if you like, you could like dupe samples in a way. Forgot how we did it. Oh, that's right, because you did like basically a piggyback system. You would collect all the samples on the map, you go to the end, and then what you would do is you would like kick a person, they would go into their own instance, you would extract with all the samples in the first instance, and then as soon as you're like back to the ship, you would join the new instance, and you would extract with those samples as well. So you could like dupe them. I never caught on, thankfully, but yeah. Is the MO over yet? 41 minutes. But you could like quad dupe if you thought about it, right? The first person to kick would be able to like dupe his samples 3 times, right? Or 4 times technically. Teleporting outside while using the effect of the new armor your game could break? I think your game could break in general just because of the new armor. The new armor is very buggy when it comes to sound, specifically. But anyways, we'll see if they add the warping back inside the ship when they realize that a lot of people really like it. Similar to like the emoting while falling.
Missionskoordinaten festgelegt. Hellpods bereit.
That's how I feel about it calling an extraction. I disagree with that one. Anyone should be able to call an extraction. Wasn't a sound. I think it was like infinite loading. Not sure though. Infinite loading is caused by a lot of things, but I never thought of it as that one. Do you do plays requests for people to play with you on Sundays? Yeah. Throughout the week, tier 3 subs can join whenever they want on both YouTube or Twitch. Basically like an open invitation.
Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Los jetzt. Und sollten sie fallen, bitte Taktikpaket. Er bitte stärkere Waffen. Er bitte Geschütz.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that not all bugs are the same.
Er bitte Geschütz.
Some bugs are just naturally going to be easier for the dev team to fix than others.
Er bitte Luftunterstützung.
A lot of gamers are
Taktikpaket.
kind of annoying when they don't realize that.
Schwer bei meiner Position.
A lot of time you're going to try to explain it to them, but they'll often just scoff at you. Say that they're just not, you know, trying hard enough or whatever. Absolute armchair dev moment, you know. Just fix it, forehead.
Fordere Verstärkung an. Wir benötigen ein Geschütz. Kostet ein wenig Demokratie. Er bitte Geschütz.
Bum, bum, bum. Well, they changed the fact that spore mushrooms do not fly away when they explode. I don't... You mean like samples? Like common samples? I think? I'm not sure. Is fire dot still a bug? Status effect buildup is still a bug. So it's sometimes very hard to light enemies on fire randomly. Especially on certain enemies, like scavengers, screechers, and stuff. Fire damage itself, I don't think it's bugged. As far as I can see, it seems to be working just fine. It's more the application of fire and other effects seems to have some problems at the moment. But no, that has not been changed. I'm assuming that will be a more lengthy fix. I'm guessing. I need to figure out what's wrong, maybe. They just got back from vacation, so give them some time. Jesus, bro, chill. You should give me some space, man. Why can't they be reasonable? What's the biggest sin a Helldiver can commit by your standards? Griefing a team? Like on purpose joining a match and like griefing them by like, you know, like very clearly, you know, trolling them, fucking up the objective, killing them very clearly. And I mean very clear. Some people see mistakes as they're doing it on purpose because they didn't hear like an apology immediately. They like jump to conclusions. I mean like they're actually doing it on purpose. Like you for a fact know they're doing it on purpose. Sometimes people make mistakes. I can't tell you how many people join my channel and they're like, yo. And they just start like ranting about someone in their previous game, and it's often just like, you know, from my perspective, it's like, that could have just been a mistake, you know? How do you know they were actually doing it on purpose? Man. As long as you board the Pelican, you'll get the rewards for the mission? Yeah. If you crash on like the fly out or like after you've gotten in, you're fine. You'll still get the rewards. You've essentially already gotten it. You're just in a loading screen.
Für den Wohlstand.
Why am I always out of ammo with this crossbow, man? Just haven't used it for a while, so I just keep forgetting to reload.
Warnest zerstört.
Mine died in the Pelican when it was on its flight out, crushed in by colliding with the bot drop. Yeah, those are funny. We have a clip over on YouTube of a short of my whole team dying to a interceptor or interloper. What the fuck are they called? Stingray? Stingray flying through our ship as we were extracting. It was super funny.
Schicke einen Adler rein. Verstärkung. Wir benötigen ein Geschütz.
No, let's thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. Appreciate you. Very kind.
Schwarm entdeckt. Vorbereiten auf Vernichtung.
Oh my god. It's swayed downwards. It's swayed downwards. I think peak physique is fine the way it is, Gita. Now, could there be like some alternative armor that does both the peak physique plus more ammo? Sure, maybe. Thought it was a myth, but I looted my first 100 super credits. Nice. I think I just shot the sample. I just had the most ridiculous ragdoll. I'm pretty sure I just shot that sample. That's funny.
Neckt euch die Freiheit! Fordere Vorräte an.
I was just wondering if you streamed Battlefield 3 4 back in the day. I saw we were friends on Origin EA app. And I don't know why. I didn't used to stream it, but I used to play it a fuckload. Maybe we did play together? I added a lot of people on Origin back when I streamed and played Battlefront 2. But I'm pretty sure the account that I had with Battlefield 3 4 is not the same account I use now. My 3-4, like my original EA account got hacked and I couldn't recover it.
Außenposten zerstört.
Crossbow strong. Yeah, it's one of the best weapons in the game. Mm-hmm.
Erbitte Luftunterstützung. Erbitte Geschütz. Wachtunneldurchbruch.
I almost fell into that hole. Ah, no one took. Oh no, we did. Never mind.
Meiner Position.
I thought someone took muscle enhancement.
Schicke einen Adler rein.
Is that Luna in your cup? Nah, it's Misty. My my girlfriend Annie's cat. But we will be making a mug with Luna's face. We're working on some merch currently. There's a lot of enemies right next to me. I don't think they can see me though. Or if they can, they're way more interested in my turret. Don't mind me, excuse me. A lot of stims, this is a bit awkward. Got a teammate? What'd you just do? Oh. Lucas, thank you for becoming a channel member over on YouTube. Thanks, dude. I wish it told me what type of channel member it was. Is there a way for me to see that? I don't know YouTube well enough. Is there a way to know? Well, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. It doesn't tell me what tier or anything like that. I wish it did. Thank you. Since it blinds them as much as it blinds you. Oh, I know. But once they aggro you, once they know you're there, they'll see you through the sandstorm very easily. And I was not exactly being stealthy. Tier 1. Thanks, Ben. I really appreciate it. Very kind. What do you mean exploding bolts aren't sneaky? Exactly. Hey, as long as the bolt is, you know, sneaky. The explosion? Ah. That was just the wind, right? Man, I feel like I've been dealing with so many shriekers today, man. They're everywhere. No way you just hit me. I was prone.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
Grab the dagger? No, dude, I got my crisper. My problem is remembering to use the crisper.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute.
Matter.
Ankunftszeit T-minus 30 Sekunden. Ankunftszeit T-minus 20 Sekunden.
Bam. I don't know where this guy's going.
Ankunftszeit T-minus 10 Sekunden.
I like, is he coming towards me? Like, what is he doing? Now he's backpedaling over there. Weird.
Pelikan 1 am Zielort angekommen.
I wasn't paying attention. So the armor perk color customization? Nah, not that we know of. How much better does the EPOCH feel? Way better. The fact that I don't have to worry about killing my it missing with every shot. They're having like a 50% chance to just miss. You know, it feels very, very nice not to have that. It's wonderful. Yeah, it feels way better. It still has some amount of like inconsistency, right? It's not like a railgun as far as accuracy goes. So at like 150 meters, it will have some deviation. But I think as long as you're not trying to like snipe a very small pinpoint area, it'll be fine. Yeah, man. Did they fix it? Yeah.
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung im Anmarsch.
Countdown läuft. Bereit machen zum Abflug.
Verstärkungsbudget ist aufgebraucht.
Yeah, like it's not great at sniping Hawkeyes, but I mean, you could snipe Hawkeyes now pretty reliably within like 100 meters. You know what I mean?
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Diese Stadt wird bald wieder ein Leuchtfeuer der Freiheit.
Oh yeah, the teleporter backpack is very popular. People love it. Absolutely, Quadrum. Fan favorite for sure. Probably one of the most well-received stratagems I think we've ever gotten, other than like, you know, like Quasar or like Mechs or FRV. Damn, why did we have so little? Did we just like not do the side objectives or something? What the hell? Subjectives in Buck Cities are like, I'm well aware of that, but it normally doesn't reflect that there. They just don't spawn them. We didn't get any of those, so it seemed like we're missing the vast majority of them. That's crazy. Don't worry, Yida. I'm well aware. I do play this game every day. I have trouble giving up the spy backpack, my go-to. It's tough. Spy backpack is so useful. I get it. But the war backpack is so much fun that I give it up. Safe guy? Hey, safe guy. Are you running into amnesia? Nah. We just missed out on so much XP, it's crazy. Normally you miss like one side objective due to that bug, not like 3. You're a pretender.
Missionskoordinaten festgelegt.
the possibilities the warp backpack gives you, man. It's fun.
Synchronisiert.
It's fun. I keep thinking like, oh, I'll bring something else with the epoch. Nah. Warp backpack. It's a city? It's a city. Big nursery. So much fun. But so far doesn't seem like any new bugs in the new patch, but you never know. Maybe something will pop up. Game has seemed quite stable for me. At least in this first 45 minutes. We shall see though. Always a shrieker! There's always one, dude. I'm blowing up your homes. You're getting evicted.
Essentielle Taktikausrüstung verfügbar. Essentielle Taktikausrüstung nicht länger
What's up, Annie?
verfügbar. Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Can you answer me a question? Yes, of course.
Verstärkung! Erwartet Taktikpaket! Fordere Unterstützungswaffe an!
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung wurde losgeschickt.
If I was a worm, would you kiss me? Of course, honey.
Been watching your insightful streams for a while, and you seem like a chill guy to talk to maybe, so
Aw.
I'm gonna be generous for this. I can watch for free, but this is my gift to you.
Yo! Thank you for the 5K bits. That is so freaking kind. I'm glad you like the stream, and that's very kind. Thank you for supporting. Thank you. That's disgusting. What an absolute trap that question is. If I say, ew, I would never kiss you if you were a worm, you would just say, well, how dare you? You don't want to kiss me? And then if I say, absolutely, honey, I would kiss you because you're you. You say, ew, a worm? You'd kiss a worm? Ew. Like, see, but I'm going to play on the side of caution. I'm always going to go with, of course, honey, I would kiss you. You know? You play on the area of caution. You know, it might backfire, but I think that's you know, as far as like a pros cons of like your girlfriend asking you a weird question, you just err on the side of caution. Absolutely. Don't give them the logical reply. No. You go with the best of, you know, best of the occasion. What type of worm? How does that, what does that have to do with anything? What type of worm? Can you answer me another question? Absolutely, Annie. What is it? We talking like horror lewd, you know? What kind of worm are we talking about? We talking about like a worm, like a wyvern, you know what I mean? Like a dragon? Which one of my flaws do you love me most? That's an absolute bait trap question. And you don't have any flaws, so I can't name any. You literally have none, Annie.
Wellenbombe scharf. Gebiet räumen.
None. Not one. Obviously, he had experience from answering the same question from another girl. See, even if you answer correctly, she'll still find a way to make it seem like you didn't answer correctly. It's the girlfriend fallacy. No matter what you do, even if it's the correct thing, you still did it wrong. Such a cop-out answer. Dude, Idema, there's no way you can answer that question without her getting upset. Bruh.
Fordere Verstärkung an. Marktschwarm.
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung wurde losgeschickt. Verbündeter Zerstörer verlässt Geschwader.
Letztes Nachladen.
I missed. It's a trap question, like, does this dress make me look fat? Exactly! Okay, done for the day. I will save the rest for another day. I mean, you can just ask more, Annie. It's pretty funny.
Fordere Vorräte an.
They're funny.
Ausrüstungspaket unterwegs.
Give me some more, Annie. Right, so answer with your whole chest if you're getting scorned anyways. No. That's just like fucking, like, you're digging the hole and placing yourself in it and knocking yourself out. Like, why do that to yourself? Hell no. Do you think they'll bring cross progression? They definitely have said that, like, they're eyeing it, but there is no, like, confirmation that it's, like, in, like, the short term that's coming, right? It very much, they keep giving answers that it basically is like, hey, we're aware you guys want it, and it's on our list. It seems like they are focusing on other things, unfortunately. Even though you're not alone, there are lots of people that ask. And have been asking for a while.
Hab was gefunden.
Noch 30 Minuten für die Mission.
We'll definitely be splitting our time between BF6 and HG2 if it's good. No doubt in my mind on that.
Ihr werdet uns niemals unser Leben diktieren.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Dude, where is this nursery? Oh, it's over there. Of course, it's like the one direction I didn't run. Just got a PC and all my progress is on PS5. Yeah, you're not alone. A lot of people transitioning over to PS5 or, sorry, like, you know, different consoles and stuff, and they want their stuff over there. You been giving Borderlands 4 a try? Oh yeah, I love Borderlands. Even Borderlands 3, which did not have a stellar release at all. You know, I came back a year or two later and I was, like, in love with the game again, so. But this Borderlands seems very promising. I think they are definitely angling for a good release. But ultimately we'll have to, you know, see. I'll let you know how what I think of it and give you a review. We'll be playing day one, and I'll probably be doing a really long stream with my friend Reese. We'll probably do like a 24-hour stream for it. Hell, maybe even a subathon? I'm thinking two subathons at the moment. Subathon for the Xbox release. And then I'm thinking a subathon for... what am I trying to say? For Borderlands 4. Ready to level up all your weapons? No, not yet. Still missing some. Had to resub. Thanks, man. Appreciate you resubbing.
Wagtummeldurchbruch. Wie schmeckt euch die Freiheit? Wie schmeckt euch die Freiheit?
Ooh. Sneak it. Ugh. I don't know how we managed to do that without taking damage, but we'll take it. Play any EU servers for Battlefield? Maybe. I don't know. I'll play whatever servers it puts me on because I'm assuming it'll just be a quick play. I don't know if it showed. You could share it if you refresh the stream. Sometimes it doesn't show. I should? Hell yeah. Do eagles no longer cut out sound? Cut out sound? I don't know if I've ever noticed that problem. Ooh, it's kind of bad. They put that so close. Yeah, that's a dumb decision right there, brother. Ah. That was a dumb decision by that guy. Average napalm barrage placement. Yeah.
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung im Anmarsch.
Both of them are fairly low levels, so.
Backaußenposten entdeckt. Vorbereiten auf Vernichtung. Neues Magazin. Schicke ein Adler rein. Magazin.
I don't finish the reload. Nope. Didn't reload. I don't know what this guy's doing, but I think he just fell over and destroyed all the nests. We love that. The teammates are falling over and swatted. EPOCH feel good now? Yeah. Good changes.
Neues Magazin.
I, like many people, still want some adjustments to it, but it's good. It's serviceable. You definitely use it now without getting frustrated at it, which is nice. Why is this guy not running at me? Why is he being so weird?
Ich bin am Terminal.
Basically, there's a little bit of inaccuracy with the EPOCH. You know, there is some. They reduced it by 75%. They didn't, you know. So there still is that like little bit of inaccuracy, but I don't think you'll really notice it unless you're trying to snipe at a very precise angle quite far away. Yeah, I mean, like, as long as you're shooting at like the intended targets, you know, I think you'll be just fine. Want some House of Dragons behind the scenes? Maybe?
Markiere Position. Ich schaffe das.
A sus Twitter link. Okay, interesting.
Ich gehe am Terminal.
Missionskarte aktualisiert.
Sus. See Mortar Shell 2 trailer yet? Pretty metal. I remember watching one of the trailers. I'm assuming a new one came out. That's why you were talking about it. I never played Mortal Shell 1. Looked cool, but wasn't particularly interested. Which was a little bit surprising because I love Souls-likes, but never got into it.
Fordere Vorräte an. Munition alle.
I'm out of ammo. I think I landed on a shrieker. No, not new. Oh, okay. Yeah, I watched the Mortar Shell trailer when it first came out. It was at one of the gaming events. I don't remember which one, but one of the gaming ones this year. I want to help this man, but a little hard to. A little hard.
Noch 20 Minuten für die Mission.
Fordere Verstärkung an.
I can't see. Man, there's a lot of bugs here. I'm kind of worried that this guard dog's gonna shoot me. Because my teammate is like constantly following me. That's cool. It's a cool trailer.
Ausrüstung verfügbar. Essentielle Taktikausrüstung nicht länger verfügbar.
The long sandstorm, bro.
Wie wär's mit einem schönen
Oh my god. Wait, how did they hit me? Oh, I guess I am within 45 meters. I'm just gonna wait. They're wrapping up filming battle scenes, outside scenes, the King's Landing scenes are all done. Damn, Teo's got the inside scoop.
neues Magazin. Erwarte Taktikpaket. Entdeckung, Granate. Erwarte stärkere Waffen. Ich bin am Terminal.
Ooh, let's not go that way. What? Oh my god, you... No! Ugh. Couldn't teleport through that body. Click the link. Kinda sus, Teo. Mr. Tao, that's a bit sus. I've never done anything sus. Really? You have never done anything sus. That is a large statement.
Erste Vorratsbarke.
I'm not sure how much I agree with that. Teo fishing for engagement. I sometimes think there are paid chatters. Maple, have you seen this? Have you seen that? Oh my god. Please react to the streamer. For all I know, Teo works for HBO.
Bitte Luftunterstützung. Ersichtlich.
Teo's part of the marketing budget.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
One of my film professors used to be. Oh, so he's hired you. So you're a contractor, I see. Ah. I see your racket. She, my bad. Are you gonna leak bits? I mean, you better.
Hier ein Adler rein.
Are you really reporting the news if it's not leaks?
Neues Magazin.
My role will be my cut. True. You would play a very good dwarf, honestly. Or White Walker? Ah, you'd be a fantastic White Walker.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 30 Sekunden.
Schicke ein Adler rein.
Bit late? What do you mean, dude? They're gonna show up. I know it.
Wem das?
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 20 Sekunden.
I read the script. They're showing up again. They're showing up in the prequel.
Neues Magazin.
Ankunftszeit 10
Dude, not again, dude. Not again. This guy just keeps killing me. Teo's about to say, ha, karma. Ha, streamer karma.
Sich Abholung.
Helldiver meldet sich kampfbereit.
Pelikan 1 setzt zum Landen an. Passt auf, wo ihr steht. Für Frieden.
Let's we'll do a bot one here in a second. I want to see how EPOCH feels versus bots.
Bereit machen zum Abflug. Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Die Bürger dieser Stadt werden für ihren Dienst dankbar sein.
Click the link. Oh god, you're literally fishing me into like getting a virus, man. I swear. I fucking swear, dude. Oh my god! Is that R2-D2? I didn't know he was making an appearance. I'll do it on a horse? Oh! Insane, dude. That was an insane post. R2-D2 showing up, and there's a horse. Holy shit.
Wir werden sie nie vergessen.
I now have computer aids. Oh, thank you, Theo.
Die gelenkte Demokratie wird noch immer bedroht. Lasst sie uns gemeinsam verteidigen.
Thanks to security and terminated tissue provided by the Helldivers, the Center of Science was successfully designed the process in which a mass production of gloom-resistant polymer coating. Consult your Galactic War Map for more information. Wow. Wow. It's getting a little grim on this ML, I'll be honest. It was getting a bit grim. Yeah, I'm very excited for the new season of House of Dragons. It should be a very, very large season. They were definitely building up to it. See, I have fans. Okay. Yeah. Do I feel like going to Vern? Nah, I'll just go to Vern. Georgia said he was going to be faithful to the book. Okay. Okay.
Das Vernon-Wells-System.
To be honest, I didn't even realize there were books for this era of House of Dragons. Or, like, Game of Thrones. I had no idea. I had never read the book.
Hellpots bereit.
You think I'm a book enjoyer, dude? I'm dyslexic. I still haven't seen the last season of Game of Thrones. I think the last season is good until the midway point. It's like, you know, it's a, you know, good, good, bad, 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 bad. And the last episode was like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Looks like the EPOCH has been fixed. Let's try it out.
And it's talking in third person. I love that.
Helldivers zu den Hellpots. Wiederhole. Helldivers zu den Hellpots.
Is EPOCH accurate now? It is. Significantly more. It's still not perfectly accurate, but it's good. Well, we take all the gloom and throw it in the black hole. Can we move the black hole in that direction? That'd be great. It'd be like the galaxy's vacuum cleaner.
Heute wird das Licht der Freiheit die Himmel dieser Welt noch einmal erhellen.
Erwartet Taktikpaket! Kennzeichne Position.
They'll release the ODST armor with the drop. What ODST armor? I swear, if you're talking about some leaks, bro, you better not be.
Feindlichen Artillerie.
Paket wird abgelegt.
Can't manipulate a black hole.
Paket gefunden.
ODST from Halo. That's not what I asked. Anyways, I wonder how the Total Eclipse maps will turn out. More spoil, dude. You guys just love spoilers, don't you? Jesus, stop spoiling shit. But we already have Total Eclipses in game. Wait, no way, Teo. Really? Oh, ODST being Helldivers. People are suspecting because there's an Xbox release for the game that we will immediately get ODST like crossovers and stuff.
Hab was gefunden.
Can EPOCH kill bug holes? No. Which is one of the changes I'd love for them to make.
Paket wird abgelegt.
Why is Halo in HD2? Xbox release, there could be Xbox crossovers. People really like Halo. And they can see a similarity to some extent between ODST soldiers and Helldivers. And if we don't, we're gonna get negative reviews. Oh yeah. People are gonna fucking freak out if they don't add that stuff at release. Because people's expectations are already fucking sky high. Which is gonna be annoying as hell. You got him, S2? You're right next to him.
I'm blowing these assholes up.
Love that. I'm just gonna throw that there. Did the laser just ignore the turret? Huh. It did. Alright, whatever. I'm a high functioning burnout. I'd agree with that. Nice. Oh, hi. You burned to death. Nice, we love that. He's a burnout too. Is it broken? Wait, is my UI bugged? Oh, I think my UI is bugged. Because I joined late. Oh my god. Okay. EPOCH can one-shot? Yeah, if you got a flanking shot, you can one-shot him. From the front? No. It's not like recoilless where you can one-shot them. My knees looking for the answer. Your UI be messed up by Terminids if you're in a bot space. Ah, good one. Oh shit, this team even fucked up the convoy? Oh my god, what is happening this match? Jesus. Thought the plasma explosion could reach the vent? Nah. It needs direct line of sight. Explosions in this game don't really do that to enemies.
God damn it.
Can EPOCH one-shot a bug hole? No. It should, though.
Oh, fuck, they're coming from everywhere.
I believe they should make it so it does. Maple's a high-functioning dyslexic. Any opportunity she has. Did you guys know Maple's dyslexic? It's my number one marketable ability, huh? Did you guys know? He can still read, but he's dyslexic. All dyslexic people can read. Dyslexia isn't an inability to read. Let's go get that SAM site. EPOCH one-shot a Hulk in the frontal eye? Yep. If you're accurate enough, it can. Bit of a big pickle here. Oh, of course someone starts shooting with an anti-tank as soon as I throw my laser down. I think the anti-tank replacement guy stopped shooting at it for some reason. I managed to shoot the ball. Nah, I'm just gonna do this near me. I only subbed because Annie messaged and told me to do help the dyslexic kids. True. Honestly, that's true. I gotta market my disability more, you know? I'm not marketing it well enough. A sub a day will keep my dyslexia at bay. Ooh, we even got a slogan already? Oh my.
Got a bunker here. M1, come to me, you got a bunker here.
Jesus Christ, bro. What? Dealing with the whole entire fucking Illuminate, or not Illuminate, Automaton army.
Never mind, it's open.
Show your certificate. My certificate of dyslexia. I framed it. I keep it handy at my desk just in case, you know, people come in the chat and they doubt me, you know? See, look here, I got paper. I can't read what it says, but it says that I'm dyslexic. Alright, I think I finally killed everything.
Come to you, M1.
Evakuierung möglich, sobald ihr bereit seid.
Of course, there's another patrol in my way that I gotta kill. Another one. I'm sure there'll be another one very soon. Oh my god, the plunge. I don't know what that guy's doing. I don't know why he's turning randomly.
Evakuierungsshuttle im Anflug.
Ah. I just want the SAM site, man. I want it so bad.
Zeit T-2 Minuten 30 Sekunden.
Today's topic, Mabel's dyslexia. Dude, that's every day. Every day is Mabel's dyslexia.
Ankunftszeit T-2 Minuten.
Hochwertig Paket gefunden! Ich bin am Terminal!
Swap weapons, man. What? 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 Oh, no, I'm out of ammo. That's just cringe. I don't know what the hell just happened there. Heard a rumor that they're bringing the pre-order armors back. Not a rumor. It's true. And we know about it because people were like big time complaining that Xbox players will be able to get pre-order armors because they can pre-order the game. And then there's a lot of people obviously that didn't pre-order the game that want the pre-order armors. But they mentioned that at some time in the future, pre-order armors will be available for everybody. It'll probably not be available immediately, you know, to give the Xbox gamers some amount of time with the pre-orders. But it'll probably be at sometime in the future. We're just unsure about, like, you know, how long that's going to be, right? What the fuck? I'm out of stems. Kind of just doing our thing. Is it broken? I broke the other fabricator, right? My leg's broken, so this is fucked. Did I not break it? That's just like a bug, right? Like a visual bug? Is this still alive? It's broken, okay, it's just a visual bug. Ah, that's annoying. Stupid bug. When they fix that, that'll be the day. The reload bug after, after a dive. That'll be the day. Just gonna go out swinging, you know? I missed all of them somehow. Spirit armor really that good? No, it doesn't matter. It's just cosmetic. People are just fanatics about collecting things, and it's usually the collectors that are big time. Like, I missed out on this thing. Ah! But like, it doesn't matter at all that they missed it. They make it matter, if that makes sense. It's a grind style game. Collecting is part of the game. Well, collecting toys is part of the game. Cosmetics? No, that's personal choice. Point of the game is getting more powerful as a Helldiver and getting new toys. But just like a random pre-order bonus? Nah, that's, people are just making that a priority that they want. Fashion is always end game. That's a personal choice. It's not always for everybody. Once again, personal choice! Because it's not actually the end game. The end game of this game is waiting for the next piece of content to come out. It's playing with your new toys. Bum, 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 bum. It's more of like a, oh, rare thing that I don't have. I want that. It's not that big of a deal. We'll eventually get it, but it will not change anything. So is BF6 going to be a main game for the stream? Probably not, but I will definitely play it a lot. I mean, if you guys watch it, like if people watch it, it will become a main game, right? It's one of those things that, like, if you guys, like, obviously people aren't really that interested in watching Helldivers at the moment, but if people are very interested in watching Battlefield 6, Monster Hunter, Guild Wars 2, Destiny 2. Gameplay is good, but when you're out of content, there's only thing style. I just leave the game and wait for more content.
Pelikan 1 bereit zum Abflug. Shuttle-Start in 20 Sekunden. Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Yeah, that's not even including YouTube streams. You play very differently. I know, but that's my point. You talk with such certainty. Not everybody plays like that. It's just a pre-order bonus. It doesn't really matter. Ba, ba, ba. Being drippy is more important than being effective. Sounds good. Because the pre-order armor is really just slightly reskinned stuff that we already have. If you really wanted, you could just mod it in. Been craving a good Battlefield since 3.4. Yeah. Same. But you're saying that you're speaking like it's I don't understand what you meant. Style worthy of contempt? I don't get what you mean by that. I'll just say it's not that big of a deal. There are dozens of armor in this game. People just want it because it's rare. They'll wear it for a week or two and then they'll stop wearing it.
If it's the sound to the remote on ship, we're fucked.
Helldiver, führen Sie die Befreiung der Galaxie an.
Playing, not paying in this case for cosmetics. Seems... I guess, yeah. 80% of players are casual. I don't care about cosmetics. It's probably greater than that, honestly. It's for the collectors. And for the people that like rare stuff. They want it because they can't have it. They want it because someone else has it. Human condition.
Hellpods bereit. Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen. Orbit synchronisiert.
Isn't the Killzone stuff something unique? Acclimated or something? What do you mean? Oh, like the armor for Killzone? Yeah, but it's not like good armor. It gives you like 50% resistance and a bunch of different statuses. But it doesn't actually, like, I wouldn't recommend it. Maybe for like a very particular like type of build where you have like gas fire and the electricity is not high enough to matter. 50% damage resistance to arc is like not enough to actually matter. You're still gonna die. Because arc is so much damage that like 50% less doesn't stop you. Unless maybe they hit you in like the body while wearing heavy armor. But there isn't heavy armor of that type, so it doesn't matter. Same as the light one? Yeah, the medium and the light same. Hmm? EPOCH plus unfinishing will improve your performance with EPOCH on bots. But you know what improves my performance even more? Not dying. I don't mind missing a shot every once in a while with EPOCH. Armor doesn't matter? Say that to my 10% increased jump damage armor, dude. Say that to my bonus damage armor from the DLC. You're crazy. Mid-max. Unless you flinch and hit the ground. Typically you flinch upwards. That'd be pretty crazy if you somehow flinched and killed yourself. I guess you could like hit something like, you'd be like on an angle like this and get flinched up. The game is patching the EPOCH actually is nice to see. If you need an armor that gives you 10% extra damage, then you just need to get good. I mean, or you could just take the advantage and not give a shit about how you look. Dude, I know you can beat the game with a level 1 club, Mr. Elitist. But I'd rather just see bigger number, dude. More damn. But also that cloak, very drippy. The feathers, I don't give a fuck what my character looks like. It's pretty rare for me to care. I'll occasionally get bored and care, but nah. Looking at the enemy I'm shooting, not my character's ass. Hence the medic armor. Damn right. The only stat that matters, DPS. Damn straight. Dress for success. No, Gita. It already has bullet drop. They just keep adding bullet drop. Extend its range. At 150 meters, it already has bullet drop, so. They fix the aim on it? Yeah. Feels much better. Where's the resupply at, though? It's in the middle of the map. It's in the middle of nowhere. Gotta wait a whole minute. Oh my god. We all know if you look badass, you'll do more damage. And if you look like a hobo, but the stats are better. Yeah, okay, bro. Cope harder. When you're lower on the DPS parse, I'll see you then. EPOCH A tier? I think for bots, I think it's like pretty easily A tier. Bugs, it's probably like A minus A. It's probably somewhere in that tier. And then for Illuminate, B plus. It's usable on on Illuminate, but I don't think it's anything to call home about. It's serviceable, and it's like fairly good against like the occasional like flesh mob and things of that nature. But taking out a shield with it is kind of annoying on a harvester. You know, you're not really going to be taking out a Leviathan with it. Not a great weapon for it. So... But it's definitely the strongest against bots. It's the faction that you'll feel the best with. Parsing is everything wrong with the modern MMO mentality. You know that was a thing since like day one in MMOs, right? you talking like it's like some new iteration of MMOs. It's always been there. People like to compete. Even in PvE. It's just fun. And for the people who don't want to compete, there's healing or tanking. There's still some competition between healers, but... Man's talking like they've never parsed in the early 2000s. What? Never really matter until there are add-ons like sites made to track it. Well, it does matter when you're competitively playing. When you're playing at a high level, it naturally comes out. You don't need a website for that. You don't need... okay, I think you guys are confusing like World of Warcraft parsing with like old school MMOs. Back in my day, you would just have an exterior program that read the logs of the game that parsed it for you live. You guys are actually thinking in the modern day sense of I need to go to a website to parse or see an add-on. I can't remember the program that I used. They just read the game's logs and then parsed the data for you. But it's like you would use those regardless because you were learning fights, and then you would want to see what the boss's damage is doing. You'd want to see how your healers are performing. So naturally, parsing was like always going to be a thing. Like, if you're not using it, you're literally just like going blind as fuck. You're literally playing like with one eye closed the entire time. It's a tool. How often do people back then get excluded because they didn't use the meta spec? I mean, all the time, but that was because it was competitive rating. You could just join a casual guild, bro. Like-minded people play together. It's actually a good idea if the person that's not using the meta spec is not playing with the people that are all using meta specs, because then they'll be resentful. Because they're putting all this effort in to do it as fast as possible. You just find like-minded people. That's just gaming. It's always been a thing. But just hiding it all so you protect the people that aren't pulling their weight in the boss fight? Hell no. That's some, like, everybody gets a trophy kind of mentality. Fuck that. Everybody's got to pull their weight. Or play on the easy mode. You better not be joining my raid and using some dumbass spec that does no damage. But hey, if we're playing on easy mode, and we're in easy mode guild, fuck it. You can just auto-attack the boss to death. Boss mods really fucked over WoW. It's because people got better. You don't need to play with them. If you go compare like modern day raiding to like raiding back in the day, the complexity has increased exponentially. So people use meters to, if they're more casual, they use meters to be able to like compete, like continue playing. Because like Molten Core was so easy in comparison that you don't need them, you know? But the difficulty of like World of Warcraft expansion rating is like so much harder than it used to. Guild Wars 2 problem was that they didn't add rating for a long time. It was just a PvP game. That's why I stopped playing, honestly. I never went back. Final Fantasy 14, I never got into it. Not a Final Fantasy gamer.
Befreien Sie unser Gebiet von den Squids. Operation abgeschlossen. Ihr Mut steht außer.
But the mentality that like a pro player needs to play with a casual player that's using a shit spec is like so entitled. I don't know. I don't think that should be the case at all. If you need an add-on to tell you what to do in a fight, then it's bad raid design. Well, you don't need the add-on. People just use the add-on because it helps. That's like saying, well, if you need a reticle in a video game, then that's bad game design. You know? It's just UI to help. Because technically, I could play this game without a third-person reticle, and I could just go first-person all the time. Oh, it is the same, Smoking Buddha. I shouldn't be able to, you know, shoot in third-person, but I get UI to help me. Right? I could just use the center of my screen. Like, I could turn off my reticle right now and just use the third-person reticle, or just go first-person all the time. Right? Yeah, because of all the pro raiders play without add-ons. But that's because they're competing. Why would they not use every advantage possible, Idema? But also the complexity of the raid has gone up exponentially that, you know, it's an actual competitive advantage. Bad game design is when people can't play high-tier content. What? I don't understand that first part. And because they want to play a spec that's enjoyable. But that's where you're like you're convoluting something. As difficulty increases in a video game, the minute differences between builds gets larger and larger. Right? That's what we see in Helldivers. Helldivers got way easier, so more builds became viable, which is great, but the difficulty of the game came down exponentially. Right? Because the difficulty of WoW has gone up exponentially over time, the differences between things is much larger than it used to be, right? Between a good and a bad spec. You don't have to play that content, though. Those are for the people that are like going for that. The issue here is that there's like some kind of like entitlement that you have to be able to play that content, but it's not made for you. You don't have to go play that. There's like 5 difficulty modes, right? Leave the stuff for the people that enjoy WoW at that point, and you just play the easier difficulties where you don't need add-ons. Because there's plenty of difficulties that don't need add-ons. Any strange food combos you enjoy? Not really. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Yeah, but raiding back in Burning Crusade is way easier than it was now, Smoking. Like, you can talk down on people that use add-ons, but the raid complexity of Burning Crusade versus now is extreme. Right? Even with all those add-ons, the raid is way harder and way tighter than it used to be. And there's also way more competition because there's more people playing. And then the grind to get there is also more challenging. I don't know if you've paid attention to World of Warcraft, but the level of alts you have to level up and gear out and help each other out, it's crazy. Thanks, Old Bay. Someone has severe dyslexia. I want you to know that the clown that named it was thinking you have no idea how long it takes me to try and spell out on an application. Okay. But shouldn't the base game support that increase in difficulty rather than the third-party add-ons? It's happened hand in hand, right? People use add-ons and they like add-ons, and then they've created difficulties where, you know, you can use them and they help a lot. Could you do a mythic raid without add-ons? Yeah. But when you're competitively raiding like that, you know, why would you not? Because the thing is that that difficulty is not made for the average player. That difficulty is made for the people that are like extremely competitive. Right? It's like if they added rank 15 or difficulty 15 in this game and then you couldn't complete it and maybe you needed to min-max your strategy or your loadout and then you complain about only being able to complete it with those loadouts. But that's kind of, that goes hand in hand with difficulty. Right? If you think about any game, right, any game that has like a high tier difficulty, there's usually a narrowing of builds as it gets more difficult. That's just always going to happen. And then some people will be able to play without loadout, or maybe without loadout because they're just better with this particular weapon. They just have more skill. But then some people need to use the more meta one because maybe they're not as good. Some people need add-ons because they're not as good at this or that. But like World of Warcraft today is like a product of, well, they just had add-ons and they just kept using add-ons. Whereas Final Fantasy is the opposite. They never allowed add-ons. So it's like two different types of games. There's nothing wrong with either type. But the claim that one is superior, I think, is like quite like elitist. Looks over at Final Fantasy 14 where all classes are equally viable. I doubt they're equally viable. I bet if you ask the 1%, the top 0.1% of players that are doing prog, they'll tell you that there's meta. Isn't complexity inherently bad design, though? No, some people just like complexity. Some people like friction. It depends on the player, right? What you consider bad game design or what you consider like what you don't like isn't the same for everybody, right? So there are lots of people that like Tarkov for the fact that it's complex and it has a lot of friction in it. But then some people are like, I don't want to play that. I'd rather play Tarkov with way less friction, right? Way less complexity. But some people love getting into the nitty-gritty or feeling that the complexity and things that they've learned are being applied into the game, right? You know? It's preference. Just like World of Warcraft, some people like the way it's gone, obviously, or else it wouldn't be so popular. And then some people like Final Fantasy. They're just different games. There's nothing necessarily wrong with one or the other. You can have your preferences. But that's the thing in World of Warcraft, is that the 1% the top 0.1% races, Idema, it's actually the teams that are best at running multiple characters and then the best in the world at those characters. Multiple characters, which is really cool. Right? And then you use different characters for different fights. Fun fact. Because you're trying to min-max every single fight. Right? So certain fights will have certain ones with melee DPS or range DPS or certain range or certain builds will have different windows of opportunity. And then they'll play multiple characters to get through the raid. Right? And is there anything wrong with that? No, that's really cool for the top 1% of players or 0.1% of players that are doing mythic raiding at the top end. They like that kind of shit. Because it shows you have to be good at like multiple characters at a high degree, depending on the situation necessary. I mean, what's the difference of a crutch and a design crutch? It's the same thing. See, in Final Fantasy, a lot of this stuff is already in-game, right? Showing where AoEs are on the ground or some kind of mechanic and stuff like that. World of Warcraft will do similar, but then you can just, like... They add a lot more complexity, and then you can just download add-ons to help you. Remind you of things and stuff like that. I just feel like this conversation has turned into more of like a my game is better than your game kind of topic, and it's just kind of very reductive. It's just like a different way. Final Fantasy is obviously designing their game around no add-ons, whereas like World of Warcraft is obviously designing their game around add-ons, so they result in different games. On the high end, for instance. Like, I personally don't like the fact that, like, Final Fantasy doesn't have DPS meters. Like, as someone who likes to optimize a game, it, like, actually, like, inherently, like, yeah. It does? I mean, not at a base, I think. Isn't it frowned upon by the TOS? Or did they change that? Did they change their stance on that? Oh shit. Oh, there it is. Hi, Luna. I wish Monster Hunter had some kind of DPS meter. I wasn't trying to game versus game. Well, I don't think it's necessarily you. I think it's mostly Inema. Inema keeps bringing it up, but like the original conversation was World of Warcraft has parsing, which makes it toxic. Inema absolutely hates parsing. I'm assuming because of some experience he's had in games. Whereas my experience in games has been the opposite. I fucking love parsing. It drives me to get better. Luna. Because I can see where I went wrong. You can see my performance and how to get better. And I can optimize. I don't hate it. Dude, you literally just said fuck that. When someone said adding parsing to Monster Hunter. What? You said for the love of God. I hate the mentality it creates. Well, there you go. So you ate it. Huh? I don't hate burritos. I just hate how it makes me feel afterwards. It's not meant for a game like that. What do you mean? It's an optimization tool. What game is it meant for? I don't understand. Oh my god, Luna, you are something today. Luna, don't touch monitor. It's an optimization tool and people love optimizing in Monster Hunter. It would actually fit really well. You don't have to use it. But people don't use it as an optimization, they use it as an EP. That's a generalization. But like the irony, Idema, is that people use the fucking speedrun timer as the exact same thing you're just saying, but it's already in the game. Right? Like you realize that, right? The speedrun timer that's already in the game is doing what you just claimed that parsing does. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. No judgment. Would you kick from a pug for low DPS? I mean, if we're unable to clear the thing and, you know, 20 people are waiting around waiting and we're failing because of DPS, probably. I'll give them the chances. But I'm not just gonna sit there and like waste my own time and everybody else's time. Right? Well, that's just not right. If I'm in a pug, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. If I'm in a friend group, no, I'll probably stick around. Try and help them. Wouldn't it be more fun to failing without any tools to see what the issue might be? Yes, I love failing and not knowing what the issue is. Everybody, just do more damage. Instead of being like, oh, Timmy, get your numbers up, buddy. We're not meeting the DPS check. More dots, more dots. That's why I play a tank. I mean, yeah, for a tank, it's like, Bob on me, sick. I'm alive, excellent. It's more of like a, you know, black and white. But I mean, even parsing is really useful for being a tank, right? Knowing what kind of damage you're taking, knowing when you're taking that damage. Can help you solve a problem, which is really cool, you know? But anyways, people will always find ways to have EPs in a game, no matter what they do. Because guess what? People are egomaniacs. It doesn't matter who you talk to. People are egomaniacs. They'll always find something. But just like tying one hand behind everybody's backs, even though people would love it, just because some people's feelings might get hurt, I don't know. Monster Hunter is about intricate dance with the monster. No real timers to fight against. There's so many variables besides DPS that's important. Sure. But damage is a large component to Monster Hunter, especially the end game that we're talking about, because clear times are a clear indication of like end game, how fast you can do something. That's why you optimize in Monster Hunter. You don't just optimize defensively. There's no way you only optimize defensively when you play Monster Hunter. There's no way. So knowing the difference between two different sets of armor, because you could actually look at a parse. Come on. Come on. What you got for Wendy's? I'll be honest, I haven't had Wendy's in years. I have no idea what I would get. You go to breakfast at Wendy's? What can you get at Wendy's for brekkie? Like, do you just get like lunch? Early lunch? Anyways, long story short, it's totally fine that World of Warcraft is a different game than Final Fantasy. There's nothing wrong with that. Different games for different people. Not one game isn't necessarily better than the other. So they're just different. Especially when we're talking about MMOs. Just a different flavor. But they're both ice cream. Ba 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 da. Terraria is a better MMO than yours. Good game. We're trying that new EPOCH. I'm still not loving it. What about it? Guarding Jugga. I'm even using it on Illuminate. I don't actually particularly like it on Illuminate. I got kidnapped. I don't actually want to be playing against Illuminate right now. Oh, I'm out of stims. Ugh. Luna, I'm dying. When you said you need to learn about the AoE, yeah, I think the AoE is like usable. It's just not insane. We talked about it a little bit earlier also, is that like if they increase the AoE size or like damage, that'd be cool. Lean into it more as that like that's the niche. But last time I played WoW, Dragonfly Mentality, get a healer of all tier lists M+, because it's really hard to get pickup groups, even if you're like overgeared for the key. Yeah, end game rating, people are gonna be more like focused. But the thing is like late game World of Warcraft, people just play tons of different characters. You know? It'll be harder to find groups if you play certain characters. Nah, it is what it is. That's why you have alts. That's why you make friends that maybe you don't care. Maybe you don't do the hardest content with that character.
Von Pelikan 1 im Gange.
There's communities that don't care about that stuff, and then there's the communities that do. Typically when you're pugging, like, people just want to get in and out. They don't want to, you know, deal with the tedium of, like, having to carry someone or, you know. They just want to get their dailies done. What the hell was that? I mean, you're playing an MMO. It's a game designed around making friends. Because when I say go make friends, I mean you're playing an MMO. That's the point. It's supposed to be a social game. So if you go in with the mentality of just being antisocial, yeah, you're gonna have a harder time. So many people yet being alone. That's unfortunately the modern day loneliness epidemic. People are also lonely. Put yourself out there. You'll meet the occasional asshole when you put yourself out there, which sucks, but you'll meet some great people at the same time.
Verbündeter Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen. Missionskoordinaten festgelegt.
Hi, Luna.
Hellpots bereit. Aktiviere.
That's me. I'm the asshole. You better not be. Be nice to your fellow humans. I did find the question interesting that Fish gave us. If you're in a pickup group and say you're leading a chat, and it's obvious that one person is just not parsing well at all, like substantially, and you're not able to pass that mob or progress because of that person, what do you do? Is he cute? That's a good question. We're gonna say moderately cute. Depends on the context. I just told you the context. It's a pickup group. What do you do, chat? Gun to your head. It's a pickup group. It's just a pickup group.
Die Brücke gehört Ihnen, Herr Diver. Führen Sie uns in den Kampf.
Check their Insta. Are they a player? I got halfway through the question. It's basically the same question that you said, Fish. Basically. I was just curious what you guys thought. I usually try coaching first. I'd be down for that. And I would agree with that. Oh, if we're doing a raid, you're holding back like 15, 20 people.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Orbit synchronisiert.
What's up, Annie? Wait, am I still on a Luna planet? I don't think I swapped. Did you see the video I sent? No, because I'm streaming. Just you and me? Okay, I'll check it out after stream. I'm the cat, of course.
Der galaktische Krieg bedarf dringend ihrer heldenhaften Einmischung.
It's cute. That's cute. Love that.
Das Vernon-Wells-System. FTL-Sprung erfolgreich.
Come back, why'd you leave my group? Because I don't want to play Illuminate, man. I got kidnapped.
Hellpods bereit.
I wanted to play bots. I do what most people do in pugs, cuss them out and kick them. Hell yeah. Make them tougher. Oh boy. It's like the gamer equivalent of like the trolley problem.
Ankunftszeit T-1 Minute 30 Sekunden.
Die ganze Galaxie verlässt sich auf ihre Hilfe.
Ermittle
Auf
stärkere
der
Waffen.
Freiheit im Weg stehen.
Ermittle Taktikpaket.
Benedict,
Stärkere Waffen.
my hero. Yo, just a fish with the prime. Thanks, dog. Very kind. What if it's a cat? If it's a girl? Ooh. You know how MMO players are like when they hear a woman's voice. I think at that point you you do a couple more pulls. But I mean, at the same time, would you really be failing if there's a girl? Because you have the e-girl buff, right? That's like a plus 10%, you know, damage on the parse because everybody's trying to impress the girl on the parse, right? Like, that's a raid-wide buff. It really is.
Ankunftszeit T-20 Sekunden.
Schicke einen Adler rein.
Ankunftszeit T-10 Sekunden. Landezone räumen.
Where are all the bots at? I guess we're on the edge of the map, so there's no spawns.
Pelikan 1 nähert sich Abholung.
What are you looking at, Luna?
Landung von Pelikan 1 im Gange. Magazin leer.
You good? I'm a gamer. I don't know how to speak with a girl, so kick and leave Discord and maybe delete the game. Smoke bomb to maximum effect.
Sie hinterlassen eine freiere Stadt, als sie sie vorgefunden haben.
Look at this good girl. Such a good girl. I do miss playing MMOs though. The last MMO I played was New World, and obviously that one's not, it's kind of an MMO. Do you know how to speak to a girl? I know how to speak to women. I know how to speak to you, Annie. To girls? No, they're yucky. Girls have cooties. Yo, what up, Tofu? As a 30-year-old, you can't say girls without being sus. Exactly. I would argue you don't even know how to speak to me. 50% of the time, you get me angry. Annie, 50% of the time, you just get angry at everything.
Es ist immer schön, neue Helden zu begrüßen.
Anything in your sphere of influence can get you angry. Wow, you see? There's an example. Especially when you don't listen to your skincare routine and horoscopes. Oh no.
Hellpots bereit. Aktiviere Orbital.
He somehow does. I do listen to the horoscopes, but I usually roll my eyes currently when I listen to them. Skincare routine? And he has good advice. Sometimes it's a little bit, you know, overboard. You don't question, you just do. I had this conversation yesterday, and he was like, you are... What was the word she used? You are... disobeying? I can't remember the word she used. Why are you disobeying me or something like that? I'm like, what am I, a dog? And then she just lulled. She just sent back LOL back. I'm like, the last time I checked, I'm a human being, and I have a right to my opinion.
Hellpot-Start initiiert.
Why are you disobeying me? I was like, what am I, a slave? Am I a dog? Am I a pet? Crazy good-looking women listen to horoscopes. I agree. You forgot that one part of that sentence, Intima? Good-looking women. Crazy hot women. Yes. Have you ever seen the crazy hot scale? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. You want me to use the logic of the people of the materialists? Well, I mean, in the end, she doesn't care about the materialists' logic. Right? That's the point of the film. She goes from being a materialist to not a materialist, Annie. So yeah, go ahead. But funny enough, Annie, you're like somewhere in the middle of the two. Where is the thing? Oh, it's right over there. How? Well, it's like a business transaction sometimes. Things you need, things you want, things you expect. Halo's playing with fire right now. We're tanking, we're tanking. But also, Annie is also very, you know, in tune with married 25 years. She's very in tune with her emotional side, like her emotions. Spiritually, sure. Good word. She has a balance of both. You calling her weak? No, absolutely not. Oh, this is just the base. It's like, what am I staring at? Materialist is pretty good. I think you would enjoy it. Learned yes dear long ago. Oh, I've already learned that one. It's better to agree than disagree. Happy wife, happy life.
Essentielle Taktikausrüstung verfügbar.
I think it's on Amazon.
Essentielle Taktikausrüstung nicht länger verfügbar.
How's EPOCH? Good. No, it doesn't have that dumb accuracy. It's feels good.
Freiheit verbreitet. Essentielle Taktikausrüstung nicht länger verfügbar.
One of the best quotes. You're not ugly, you just don't have money. My girlfriend said that to me once. Oh my god. See, that's a materialist.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver trifft ein.
That's a materialist. And that's basically Chris Evans' character in the materialist. Obviously, Chris Evans being an amazingly good-looking dude, but he's almost a bum. My $400 frying pan arrived. Bellin, good timing on that quote. Ladies, Belland is right there, and he's buying a $400 frying pan. Just don't mind his username on Twitch. Just don't mind that. But ladies, he's right there. $400 frying pan, man. Dude, it is so dark right now. I'm like going around this corner like, where the hell? Oh, laser? Nice. Good laser, good laser. I could run for the other one now. It'll just be destroyed. So streamers are very pretty. Not me. Not all streamers are rich, bro. Trust. I wish. Didn't reload. People buys the newest GPU before it even goes on sale. Yeah, as I say that without even a 5090 in. Like, what you talking about? Not pretty, generous. Ooh, or gorgeous, sorry. Dyslexia. I read that too fast. I'm back from breakfast with my Baconator. Did you actually get a Baconator? I'm taken, sorry. Oh, congratulations, Bellin. Why would you get a 5090 or a 4090? Tax write-off? Yo, Thick! Thank you for the raid over on Twitch! And I'm assuming YouTube as well. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thick, thoughts on the Epoch? Give me the hot take. You are what I call a unicorn. I am definitely not a unicorn. Thank you for the raid, Thick. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, my name is Maple. I play lots of Helldivers. Maybe too much, in fact. But you know what? For democracy. Been really enjoying the fix to the Epoch. Night and day difference. Hope Thick was enjoying it too. Epoch is still not perfect, but it's getting there, you know? Still feel like there's a couple changes I'd love to make to it. Personally. But I like the weapon. Oh, he's really. Hola. Yo, what up, Thick? Oh, shit. How's the stream, buddy? Look at fabricators? It doesn't have the demolition force, but because they gave fabricators health bars some time ago, you can still kill a fabricator. I need some stims, man. Oh, that rocket literally went through the camera. Okay, I need to walk out onto the open with two of those guys staring at me. Oh, I got interrupted. Oh, that was scary. Like railgun? Yeah. All you need is AP5 in order to kill a fabricator now. Well, it's been like that for some time now. But I do think that the max charge of the Epoch should be able to kill a bug hole. Maybe not the lesser charge. I think that would be maybe, you know, to their credit, you know, wouldn't really make sense, especially when like the small charge is so bad that it reminds me of like just a normal purifier shot. I wouldn't be surprised if it did the same damage. Hello, how are you? So the crash, the weapon customization is still around in Arrowhead fashion. Really? Dude, I've been using the customization menu for like the last month or so, and I haven't crashed once when using it. How do you crash? Like, what exactly are you doing? I want to try and replicate it and see if I can do it too. Because if you can figure out exactly how it's happening, then we can like tell the devs like exactly how to reproduce it. Because it's possible there's just multiple crashes happening in the customization menu, and they keep fixing one of them, but not all. Wait, was Thick always partnered? Yeah. Thick streamed a lot of Borderlands before he was a Helldivers content creator. He, that's where I knew him from. I had watched his Borderlands content along with a lot of other Borderlands content creators. So he used to stream Borderlands 3. I've been partners since Justin TV. OG. But I don't know how interested Thick is in the new Borderlands game. Not sure. You think you're gonna play it, Thick, or are you gonna ignore it? You still burnt out. I'll play it. If you play with me, I'm down, dude. On day one, I'm planning on doing a really long stream with at least a friend of mine. But if you're down, I could get you in on that. Just do a co-op playthrough. We'll play So Be the Story. I'm done. Oh. Yeah, so far I am playing with a friend of mine who's a really big fan of Borderlands. Oh, nice, got the one shot. Get down and get you in there. It isn't consistent. Sometimes it'll happen on like a selecting weapon, but most times it's when like I switch configs on a weapon. I don't usually use configs on a weapon, so maybe that's why I don't really run into it. If I start respawning without cannons, if they're attached to a dropship, they will be dropped without their cannon. There's some kind of interaction between the dropship and the fabricator that's like deleting their cannons for some reason. It's only happened in the most recent patch. But if they're spawned at like a regular like, you know, fabricator complex, they'll just be there. Takes 20 hours to get through a playthrough. Yeah, I mean, me and our friend, we're planning on doing like a 24-hour stream. It might even be longer. Since the game is open world, I could see us doing side quests and stuff like that. And it might be a 24-hour plus stream. We'll see. I don't know. But if you wanted to like start with us and then like, you know, back out at some point, that's totally cool. I don't mind. It's up to you, man. No pressure though, because like, I don't even know. Maybe my other friends want to play too. I need to take count of who wants to play and who doesn't. That's really weird about the weapon customization menu. Because they definitely fixed one of them where if you like change some modifications on it and then swap to the pattern, like the different like cosmetic ones you could do, it would instantly crash. I know they fixed that one. They definitely did. But it seems like there's just multiple crashes tied to it. If you don't play Borderlands with me, I'll never play another Borderlands game ever again. That's a lot of pressure on me. Holy fuck. But I'm down for that. I'm down for that pressure. Because I know you're an enjoyer of Borderlands. I know it. Deep down, you're just a little burnt out. I get that. I get that because that was me with Battlefront. That was the game that I got partnered with. Battlefront 2. I played that game way too much. Oh my god. And that burned the fuck out of me. So much burnout. That's where I learned like how to deal with burnout better as an adult. I was ready for you to say burnout on Destiny. I mean, I did burn out on Destiny. But I burned out on Borderlands first. At least from like a work perspective. Destiny was more like casual. From like a work perspective, I just like burned out. I had to take off time and see if I wanted to continue streaming. It was so bad. I feel like it's related to loading of weapons. Okay. Interesting. Is there any way to change EPOCH? Sorry, charge EPOCH relying on the sound cue? Sometimes I got so many like drops around me, it's like hard to hear the sound cue. Two other things you can do. When you're in third person, at the back of the gun, there's a bar, like similar to like, you know, the charge bar. You can also go first person, which is a pretty good way of using it. Third way is, you know, those like prongs that like kind of, you know, vibrate and then go into the weapon. When they're fully in the weapon, let go. When they're like vibrating outside, don't let go yet. But when they like go fully inside the like the barrel of the weapon, you can let go. And a good way to test it and like get better with it is literally turn off the sound and use the weapon. I know that sounds crazy. Go into a mission at level 1, call in an EPOCH, and just practice shooting it. And try to get through all the ammo without dying. You'll also just like get the muscle memory of like the timing. You know what I mean? Because there's the visual, the audio, and the muscle memory. I find I like die maybe once a day now to the EPOCH. Just because of like, you know, practice. I burned out on Destiny hard. Finally quit. You 25k hours? Okay, okay. Do you mean like 2.5k hours? There's no way you have 25k hours in Destiny. There's no... You go AFK in orbit and count that as gameplay, don't you? You're one of those. You just keep your computer on all night with, you know, you being in orbit. There's no way. Yeah, all right, I knew it. My friends, I have a couple friends that are the same way. They literally go AFK in orbit all night. Wake up, go to work, come back, and they play again. Blitz, eh? No, nothing that extreme. Okay, Mr. 25k hours. Whatever you say. That's why I can't count hours in a game anymore. There's so many games you can just AFK in. Hours doesn't mean everything. I mean, hell, even my hours. I have 3,200 hours. I yap a lot on the ship. I never go AFK on the ship, but I yap a lot on the ship. A lot of yapping. Why are people voting to move the DSS to Vernon Wells? We don't have an MO right now, so there's a lot of bot enjoyers. People are probably a little bit burnt out from bugs. People don't really like Illumina at the moment. I think people are just burnt out in general. That would be my guess.
Der Feind soll seine territorialen Ambitionen bereuen.
25k between D1 and D2. Get 15k in D2. I think I'm like 2 to 2.5k in Destiny 1, and then I'm probably like 5k in Destiny 2, something like that. Not that much AFK time. Every time someone talks about how they used to play Destiny, it sounds like they're talking about like an ex-girlfriend, past drug addiction. The vast majority of Destiny fans are people who are burnt out or feel burned by the game. Bungie is famous for making poor decisions at times, like very poor decisions. The big one that a lot of people bring up is the sunsetting, where they had the original Destiny 2, they added a bunch of content, they added a bunch of expansions, but the file size was getting too big. At least that's what they claim. And it was getting too hard for them to maintain a quality level for all of the existing content. So they wanted to sunset the old content and put it into like a quote-unquote content vault, which they would still use occasionally, but it wouldn't be freely accessible. The file size? No, that's a fair point, because back then it was ballooning to like 150 gigabytes, and it was still on old consoles, which a lot of them had like 500 gig SSD or like hard drives and shit, right? Or 1 terabyte. I don't remember how big they were. But I think it was like a combination of that plus what's it called? The like need to maintain all that old content that people don't really play, right? A lot of it is content that people don't play. Some of it was people that like content that they play, but a lot of it was like, you know, you play it once and you never actually have to play it again. And people got really burnt out from that, like, obviously, that decision. Now, I'm fine with, like, sunsetting in video games. It's just sunsetting content I'm not a huge fan of. Not at all. You know, that was a really dumb one. But, like, sunsetting in general to help with loot chase is important. Destiny players are very attached to their weapons, more so than most genres of games. And I find it's because a lot of Destiny players have never really played MMOs, so they don't know the logic behind, like, leaving your old stuff behind so you can get new stuff and that chase. Destiny players get very attached to weapons, but that also hurts the loot chase in the game because you get so attached to weapons and you don't want to go get new weapons. And then you have to do, like, power creep to even get them to consider trying something new. They should have done Destiny 3 instead of sunsetting. At that point, it wasn't necessary because the game had only been out for a small amount of time. Destiny 3 makes a lot of sense now, but back then, no. Destiny 2 had only been out for a little while. It'd be very anti-consumer to do Destiny 2 that, or Destiny 3 that soon.
Botausrüstung zerstört.
Bitte Luftunterstützung.
Feuert Orbitallaser.
Sie haben Ihre Pflicht getan. Sie können ehrenhaft evakuieren.
Roboterposten zerstört.
But I think another thing is that eventually you'll be done with Destiny. And some people don't always accept that as a thing. I think some people just think about Destiny as a game that they want to play for the next 20 years. But to some extent, it's like eventually you're going to be done with Destiny because the game will stop evolving, right? And it will just be more of the same because it's Destiny 2. And it's okay to just, you know, accept that, like, yeah, I'm done with Destiny. They started sunsetting too early in its lifespan around the 4th expansion. They started on Destiny 2 at the same time during Destiny 1. Destiny 1 sunsetting started immediately, but the problem is the word sunsetting is very broad in Destiny terms, and people are, like, not always using it in the right context. So sunsetting, like, typically is just used to describe, like, weapons and armor and stuff like that to create loot chase in the new expansion. But the problem is that Destiny also used it in the context of content. You know what I mean? So, because, like, Destiny 1 did sunsetting like a couple months into release with Dark Below. Dark Below came out 3 months later and there was already sunsetting. But, you know, sunsetting content, man, that's different. I think, yeah, absolutely, Fish. Yeah, it's when you talk about, like, content getting sunset, that's, I don't think anyone's going to be happy with that. And Brill is the perfect example of a person, you know, who gets really attached to their weapons. So I get it when, you know, you lose access to using those weapons, you know, as your primary thing. But the thing is, I'll phrase it this way. You're unironically burning yourself out by only using those weapons. You will get to the point of being bored with the game and burnt out with the game faster if the game doesn't give you new options to use. So sometimes, like, making you use new things that you might not normally want to use, or you want to keep using the same thing, is like a good thing. Depends how they do it, obviously. But like Destiny feeling very samey is also because people just use the same weapons for like hundreds of hours. And then if you don't constantly have a new loot chase, you'll get bored because you don't have anything, like no goals, right? And because they don't sunset gear very often in Destiny, your goals for loot chase are actually very limited. Which contributes to Destiny feeling quite, you know, like there's a lack of stuff to do. I think the choice to stay with old weapons should be acceptable as long as it stays competitive content. That's the problem, that it hurts the game. Because it's really hard to add new weapons and stuff that aren't directly better, but also maintain that closeness with other weapons. Right? Because the majority of players won't care about the small percentile differences. And then they'll unironically burn themselves out on Destiny 2 because they don't swap guns. If they're directly better, that's just your progression, isn't it? It is, but it also introduces a lot of power creep, right? And it's hard to power creep everything in a video game all at the same time and keep things balanced. That's why sunsetting is so popular, is because you're essentially starting from a clean slate. You know what I mean? There's a clear cutoff. Oh, I got flinched. Fuck. I got flinched at a bad time and I was like, ooh, I can hold it, right? I'm gonna flinch. I'm gonna unflinch in time, right? No. That was silly. Yeah, EPOCH shoots straight. Yep. Just stat squish. Which works, Idema, but then there still needs to be loot chase. Right? Because everything you guys are explaining right now has been Destiny for the last like 5 years, but there isn't much loot chase in Destiny. Because we all have our old shit, and our old shit is still competitive. And not very many people want to go and get the new stuff. Because it's like barely better, if not better at all. Because it's been power crept, or hasn't been power crept enough. Yeah, I was gonna killed. The update from me won't even update. Let me play the game. Restart your Steam, restart your computer. The only person so far with that problem, so I assume it's most likely on your side. What up? Hello? Thank you for the 6 months tier 1. Welcome back. Appreciate the recurring sub. What the fuck? Unfortunate. Oh, that's great. That's like, that's sunsetting without telling the person that it's sunsetting. Basically just artificially sunsetting by like adding new stats and power. Absolutely. Monster Hunter just does power creep. for the most part.
Unser Sieg stand außer Zweifel.
Patch is good so far. I haven't really seen any problems. Personally not seeing anything wrong, but let me know if you guys see something. Wilds is really good. I'd highly recommend. The other ones, elemental resist was important. Elemental resist in worlds and wilds is just a steady progression as they get like higher tier mobs. Like more defenses. That's just gear progression, but through power creep.
Willkommen zurück, Helldivers. Ihre gefallenen Kameraden würde es sicher freuen, dass wir weniger Verluste verzeichnet haben als im Durchschnitt.
Missionskoordinaten festgelegt. Verbündeter Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen. Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen. Hellpods bereit.
For sure, East. Yeah.
Orbit synchronisiert.
Taking different armor for different enemies and stuff like that, for sure. You could just do that decos as well. Yeah, they're a bit scuffed, Brilpad. I believe they're trying to spawn in these POIs, but there's not enough room because cities are naturally smaller in scale than normal maps. So sometimes you can do all the side objectives, sometimes you can only do 4, sometimes you can only do 3. Some of them just won't spawn. How you going, Fish? Thanks for talking. We even hit the lidar, nothing on the map. Exactly. Exactly. They're just not spawning it. Sorry, guys.
Start initiiert.
Same on bots. Bots are a little bit better. I feel like on average I can do the majority of side objectives. But I believe it can still happen. Bugs and Illuminator are like that.
Verbündeter Zerstörer verlässt Geschwader.
Jeder Tag ist ein guter Tag, um für die Demokratie zu sterben.
No worries, dude.
Verbündeter Zerstörer verlässt Geschwader.
Oh my god, they're all hitting their shots, man. Oh my god, I didn't reload. Still not used to Senator being such a slow reload. I haven't used it in a while. You survive that? That's crazy. Do I need it? Probably don't. Another flare? Did the first one even come in? Weird. It's kind of bad. Oh, hi. Just gotta stay within range of this thing for a couple more seconds. Just keep stamming, just keep stamming. So our backpack just an insta-lock? No, I'm just enjoying it. Feel like it pairs really well with the EPOCH.
Der Schutz der Bürger liegt in Ihrer Hand.
Pairs well. Definitely wouldn't say like insta-lock, but it's very fun. Whoa, that laser cannon turret was insanely close. We had tier 10 experience. The boss just cut, just kept going. Yeah. That's gonna be rough when you're just falling behind on that. What the hell just shot me? What is an angle? This is definitely a heavy Devastator variant. It's like a million of them. Every Devastator I see is a heavy Devastator. Jesus. How did he interrupt me? Oh my god, now he's not even looking at me. Cheater! There we go. Oh my god, the explosion at a bad time! I just realized my teammate left. For some reason. Am I crazy person for liking the dynamite? I wouldn't say you're crazy, but it's not particularly good. Not a terrible choice. Oh my god. Another Devastator. Another one. Another one. I don't know where the panel is on this place. I don't know this layout very well. I don't know why I can't see it. Bum, bum. Ba, 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 ba. Man, it's dark. I don't know what the hell you were shooting at. That's crazy. Just hit him in the arm. Oh, there it is. The bomb armor and dynamite, quite fun. With how big the explosion is. Gotcha. Fair enough.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Ich bin am Terminal. Lade nach. Hab was gefunden.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver trifft ein. Außenposten zerstört.
Fordere Unterstützungswaffe an. Taktikpaket.
Orbitalschlag.
Verbündeter Zerstörer nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Magazin leer.
Come on. He goes from missing everything to just hitting everything.
Fordere Höllenbombe an. Lade da.
I don't think they realize I'm dead.
Höllenbombe scharf. Gebiet räumen.
Anfrage bestätigt.
Damn, that sucks.
Im Anmarsch.
You planted the hell bomb and you guys just stood next to it while an enemy shot next to it.
Ziel nahe eure Position.
Care to explain envy? Is that what that guy said? Hey man. He called a hell bomb right in front of you. You didn't do shit. I don't know if I can blame envy for that one. Didn't know you can get more than 10 super credits. Like 100? Yeah, you can get 100 at a time. Just gotta get real lucky.
Bitte stärkere Waffen. Bitte Taktikpaket.
Can you get them in DR or T4? Or are you in Trash and Blocker?
Freiheit schläft nie. Schicke einen Adler rein. Fordere Verstärkung an.
Can I say the Arcnade doesn't have demo force? Yeah, a bit sad, but it was bound to happen.
Orbitalschlag.
Oh, he's missing his arm. I was like, dude, why isn't he shooting at me? Lucky me. You just started arguing with someone again? That's a fan favorite. Got any hot takes in the chamber for us? Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, Teo is an expert at finding hot takes. Give us a topic, Teo. The master of hot takes himself.
Feindliche Taktikausrüstung bedrohlich nah.
Ja, bitte Luftunterstützung.
Primärziel nahe eurer Position. Ziel abgeschlossen.
Positioniere Pin. Nordöstlich. 200 Meter.
Die Freiheit hat gesiegt. Auf zum Evakuierungspunkt.
Is max charge the moment the wind-up sound starts? Not the moment. It's a little bit longer than that. Just watch the visual. So like alarm starts and then like half a second later. Because if you do it immediately after you hear the alarm, it'll actually be too early. But I guess it depends on your reaction time. If your reaction time is slower, maybe I could just say, okay, it's exactly when the chime starts. You know what I mean? It kind of depends on reaction time, I guess. Drip is better than stats and MMOs. We've already talked about that. That's boring as hell, bro. Do something good, Teo. You're supposed to be better than this, bro. Hope you're doing awesome. Let's go. Personal theory is issue 2 at the moment is now we got the gloom proof drives. We're going to go into the gloom on the 26th. With Xbox divers, with the big new update, bugs, we throw Xbox divers right into the gloom. What do you think? Cool. I mean, it sounds really interesting. Sick. I mean, sure. Makes sense. That slight smirk. Bro, I actually don't know. I have no idea. See, you're doing that thing where you read into it too much. I could fucking fart and you'd be like, oh my god, he farted! That's truth! He's truthing! My NDA face needs some work. They don't tell us stuff like that far in advance, I can tell you that. We typically find out, like, you know, they tell us, but they don't tell us, like, we don't know what's happening, like, 3 months down the line or anything like that. It doesn't work like that. I think they like having us be surprised too sometimes with certain things. So they don't tell us everything. I think. I don't know. You started a topic. I'm too dumb to have an opinion. Oh, that's why your hot takes are the best. So you're saying 2 months in advance? No. I do miss your reactions to the new war bonds. You get to play them early. Yeah. Unfortunately, you guys normally don't get my authentic reaction because it's like I've already played them. Not always. Sometimes, you know, I don't get to play them first. But yeah, it's a little different now. It's the pros and cons of getting more access. I have a hot take. Live service slop proliferation is the fault of consumers, not companies. That's my hot take. Can you clarify what you mean by the fault of consumers? Like, we get slop live service games because consumers just keep playing them? Is that your take? One second, Teo. Because, like, to answer the question at, like, a face value without you clarifying that, I do think it is true, to some extent. They wouldn't make, you know, slop live service games if they didn't know that people would make them. Because making games is expensive. There needs to be some amount of, like, guarantee that they're going to be able to make some money back. But at the same time, that kind of happens regardless if consumers buy it or not. We get shit games regardless. That's awkward. It bounced.
Landungskette! Erbitte Orbitalfeuer! Orbitalschlag!
Yeah, the increased number of games that are live service are companies chasing the golden goose. Oh, I mean, like any fad in gaming, yeah, I'd agree. Like, because it's a popular thing, they're all going for it. But I don't think live service games are inherently slop, if that's what you're implying. I think there are live service slop games, for sure. But live service just genuinely means that it's a better way to content deliver while making profit at the same time. It unironically is actually a good way of delivering content to a player. And it honestly is pretty well, you know, implemented in the community, where a lot of the times the live service game is free to, or like free after the original purchase, and then it's just cosmetics that sell the game afterwards. Which is actually like way more consumer friendly than the original way of doing like post-release content, which was like, you know, map packs and, you know, DLC this, DLC that. I use slot because it's funny, not because live service is bad. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I think that's fair. I get where you're coming from. But yeah, no, I think you're absolutely. I actually don't think that's that hot of a take. I agree with Belland. It's, yeah, because it makes money, it's popular with the game developers. Players keep buying it up. It's not the fault of the game developers if we keep buying it. It's the same with the take on like live what is it, pre-order bonuses and like early access deals and stuff like that are not really the fault of the manufacturer or the like the game developer or the publisher. It's actually just because they know that we'll buy it. Because video games are not the only thing that have like early access deals or, you know, pre-order, you know, bonuses. No matter how much people bitch and complain, people are gonna buy them. Have you been playing the PS6 beta? Of course. Like, I had a lot of this conversation with, like, the Killing Floor 2 versus Killing Floor 3 community. Like, there are a lot of people that are, like, genuinely, like, getting mad at Killing Floor 3 for doing live service. But it's, like, it's way better than the monetization structure of, like, Killing Floor 2. Like, way better. Like, having to pay for, like, random bits of content, that kind of stuff sucks. And if you could just sell a bunch of cosmetics here and there, for the people that, you know, maybe want it, they can buy it. If they don't, they can just ignore it. It's way better than selling all this content. So, like, people were, like, shitting on Killing Floor 3 for having a cash shop already. But I'm like, but all this future content's gonna be free. And that cash shop is just, like, there to facilitate even more to be added over time. Oh, there's a mine behind me, bro. Dude, I can't see because of the UI. One day, that won't be a problem. That's annoying. I don't get the hate for KF3. People have really high expectations. Like when you go to a new game, you can't expect it to have all the old stuff. Not immediately. There's a lot of nostalgia wrapped up into the Killing Floor franchise, which really hurts it. It's kind of like same problem Halo kind of has. Hi, Luna. There's a lot of nostalgia and also like preference. Killing Floor 3 is definitely a game that they're like moving forward with. You know, they're not like just sticking in the past with like just making a Killing Floor 2.5. They're making a Killing Floor 3. Just like how Killing Floor 1 and Killing Floor 2 don't feel the same. And they are quite different. Killing Floor 3 has, you know, modern stuff going on, and not everybody's happy with that, right? They would rather it just be the old version of the game. The thing is, if it was Killing Floor 2 again, I wouldn't have enjoyed it. I wouldn't have played it. Don't talk about 343 and what they did to Halo. But the irony is, Halo's going through the exact same thing that Killing Floor is doing, bro. You just happen to like what they're doing. You know what I mean? The stuff with Halo, not everybody likes. But they're also trying to modernize the franchise. But they're also pissing off people that are like wanting Halo to not change. You know? Like, Halo is a difficult game to, like, cater to because people have expectations of nostalgia and they want a Halo game to feel like a Halo game. But then there's, like, modern stuff that we want in our video games nowadays that are, like, contrary to what it means to be a Halo game. So it's like... which direction do they go? There you go, Teo. Can you be silent the rest of the song? Sure. I'll be silent. Turn it up. Okay, I'll turn it up, Teo. Is there anything else you want me to read? Mabel, do you agree? It's been a bit too long since we got a new stratagem outside war bonds. It hasn't been that long. We've been getting a new free stratagem every, what, 3 months, 4 months on average? And I think it's been 3 to 4 months, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a new free stratagem come out fairly soon. Right? Because when did the grenade launcher come out? It came out like March or something? May? So it hasn't been that long. EPOCH any good? Yeah. I've been liking it a lot. I already enjoyed the weapon, but obviously it was frustrating to use.
Verbündeter Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen.
Da sind sie. Die Galaxie erwartet ihre Rettung.
I guess it's my ship. EPOCH seems good against bots. I think it's the faction it does the best against.
Verbündeter Zerstörer im
What's the
Geschwader.
niche for EPOCH?
Aktiviere
Anti-tank bots in particular. It can do well against bugs, but it's definitely anti-tank. It's where you need lots more fire rate than the Quasar can give. And you don't want to have a backpack of the recoilless, and you don't want to deal with the precision necessary with the railgun. That's kind of the niche it occupies. Anti-tank, no backpack, doesn't need a ton of precision. But also kind of hard to use because of the charge up. You got to get used to it. It's not super easy weapon to use. It's definitely on the harder side of weapons to use.
Helldivers zu den Hellpots. Wiederhole. Helldivers zu den Hellpots.
Like railgun? Yeah. But I mean, I think the EPOCH is harder to use than the railgun, personally.
Verbündeter Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen.
I feel like it needs more damage. The risk reward feels off. Personally, it doesn't bother me. I can understand that if you're just directly comparing it to the Quasar, though. But I don't think the risk is that high. It's not that hard to not kill yourself. It just takes some practice.
Hellpot-Start initiiert.
Oh, really, Teo? Well, I wish for the gaming space is in some sort of way companies have to disclose when releasing the game, but it's like incomplete or badly optimized. Jedi Survivors. What would do that is you get reviewers, early access. If there was some way for it to be a norm that people got to review the game early, that'd be good. That'd be better. And they do. But unfortunately, they don't always give it to the right people. What would be great is if they on purpose had to give it to people that like reviewed the like how good a port is, or you know, frame timings and stuff like that. Because a lot of reviewers, they kind of just do a vibe check when it comes to gaming, and they also play the game on good hardware a lot of time. Like if you give me a game to review, I can't tell you how it runs on old, you know, outdated hardware. I can tell you how it runs on modern hardware. Or people just stop pre-ordering games. Doesn't work like that. Because ironically, the person that usually pre-orders a game doesn't care about performance. Not nearly as much as someone else. Because that's the reason why they're pre-ordering in the first place. Oh, you survived? Wait. Pre-ordering will never go anywhere, though. It'll always be a thing. I'm not sure if that's true anymore, because a lot of people want the free pre-order cosmetics and don't want the FOMO. Sure, but the reason why they're pre-ordering is because they don't mind if they, like, they're willing to take the risk, right? It's a risk versus reward, right? They're willing to take the risk for the cosmetic, right? And that's why they're pre-ordering. Pre-orders are down in general. I don't know if that's because like people aren't pre-ordering or people are just using subscription services more. Because subscription services are becoming more and more popular in the gaming industry. And those are very popular nowadays. And a lot of games are releasing on them.
Borderausrüstung zerstört.
Yeah, Mind's Eye was basically vaporware. I don't know what the hell is going on with that one. The investor hit the go live button on that one. Wanted to recoup some money, probably. Do you think there's going to be new content reveal on issue 2 at Gamescom? Probably not. They don't typically release content like that or show off content like that, but it's definitely possible. Maybe they show off something for Xbox. I don't know. Can't wait for Game Pass to go something that Netflix did. It probably will. Some may argue it already is kind of doing that.
Roboterposten zerstört. Feuert Orbitallaser.
I wish BO6 would come to Game Pass day one. Full price for it. Just buy EA Play Pro, brother. That's what I'm gonna do. EA has their own subscription service. Just buy that for the month, cancel it immediately. Highly recommend. Are gaming subscriptions really that worth it? Oh yeah, I've saved thousands of dollars using them. They have no competition, it's just inevitable. No, they're raising prices as they acquire more market share. They have competition. I literally just named one of them. I didn't realize they were doing the flag. What the hell did my shot? Okay. I think I hit the planter box in front of me.
Anfrage bestätigt. Verstärkung im Anmarsch.
General game or Game Pass is just too good at value. Sure. But they'll eventually be raising the price, I mean, because it's not profitable. It's like all tech companies. Growth at any expense, but then eventually they do actually need to have, you know, some amount of return. I need my shit back. Gardening is very dangerous. What? Did you join the wrong Twitch chat, brother? Oh no, you're making a joke about the planter box. Oh, I got you. No, I figured it out. I got that joke. Nah, I got you. I understood. But yeah, highly recommend. Just don't buy Battlefield 6. Just get EA Play Pro subscription. Buy it for 1 month, cancel it immediately. Gives you all access to like all of it. Like it's the entire package. And then if you like the game, buy it later. You know, when it's on sale or whatever. That way you can try out the game, essentially renting it for a month. And hell, you might be tired of the game after a month and you don't need to buy it. You can just buy it a year later. Because let's be honest, most Battlefield games, their main life cycle is about a month. It's just a fact. Now we'll see if this one's any different because they're doing like the whole like super portal thing and they're doing the BR. So maybe this one will be different, but most Battlefield games have a life cycle of about a month before they drop off really sharply with the amount of like players. The hype typically dies down by then. Is that guy dead? Oh, he is dead. Trust. Game Pass, EA Play Pro, Ubisoft Plus, they have saved me so much money. So many games I just never bought, just played throughout the course of that month, and then just canceled the subscription. And it's like, people complain about not owning their games. Dude, I don't need to own my game. Play the game for the month. Experience it, enjoy it or not. If you do, you just buy it later when it goes on sale for 50% off in a year, you know what I mean? If you really need to replay it in 1 year. The deal is immense in comparison. And then if you don't need to buy it, you don't need to buy it. Save yourself a bunch of money. I love that the crossbow bolt clears all the cornrows. What the fuck is that ragdoll? Yeah, I won't start the flag, don't worry. I'm just clearing out the area. Good comms though, good comms. When COVID 2 happens, you'll wish you owned your games. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Trust me. Oh, I'm so trusting right now. Looked up EA Play Pro thing. It's totally doing that. I'm totally doing that with the BF drops. Thanks for tip, no worries. Save yourself some money. It's a good way to experience the game first day. And usually, EA Play Pro or Ubisoft Plus also includes the like early access times as well. So if the game does have early access, it includes it. Just please remember, cancel it immediately. Don't like just say, oh, in a month, I'll remember to cancel it. It only works out in your favor if you cancel it. If you forget to cancel it, they're just making money off you, bro. Yeah, also the DLC is included, yeah. And the pre-order bonuses, that too. So yeah, don't get screwed over. you still get the month. It depends. I believe Xbox is trying out a system where they refund you a percentage of the money that you still have left in the month, if that makes sense. But EA and Ubisoft, I'm pretty sure don't do that yet. But I mean, you could always just resubscribe, you know what I mean? Or just like as soon as when you're done playing, just have the mental note to make sure that, oh, I'm done with this game, I'm gonna unsubscribe. If that's the case, you know what I mean? But in the past, I've never had to do that. I just cancel it immediately, and then I have 1 month of game time. You're talking to an old here. Do you just refer to yourself as an old? I love that. Yo, what up? I'm an old. I guess it's kind of like calling yourself an unk. What up, Grim? How are you? How are things? I love that. That's really funny, honestly. So if you have saving credit card, most credit cards virtual numbers where you can like set them to expire. Oh. I think you can do that with PayPal as well, actually. I'm fairly certain you can do that. You can like, you can plan when to stop paying. I swear I've seen that on PayPal. Might be wrong. That's what my kids call me, so I lean into it. That's funny. That's what my chat calls me, so I lean into it. Is it the same thing? Yeah, most people forget about the subscription model, which is kind of scummy thing, even though it does save you money. That's the part, is that like, is it scummy? You know what I mean? Like, obviously they want you to forget, but it's just like, you know, you're a grocery store. You want them to come back and buy more of your groceries, you know? I don't know if I can like say it's scummy. Cause like most things in life are like that. You know? Depending on the way you spin it, it can look as like as scummy, right? They can only charge you if you come back and use it the next month, but they don't. Well, is your power company doing that? Or your internet? I don't know. It's just like that. Like life is just like that. You pay for the service, you get the service. Whether you use it or not is kind of irrelevant. It's up to you to remember or not. You know what I mean? Like that's... I don't think they should have to like handhold you. I'm not defending $1 billion company, but I'm just like in general, right? It's like if I'm offering you a service just as a business in general, I don't think it's on that business to have to remind you that you're still paying for it. You know, I get it. They're a $1 billion company. We hate them, but it's like, because you could argue that the service is so cheap because people continue to pay for it. If everybody did what I just said, it would never make money. And then they would just stop, it would stop being a thing. It's like when people say like cosmetics in video games or like this pay method or that pay method is like scummy to the consumer, but it's like The reason why that game exists is because of that pay model. Or the reason why it's free is because of that pay model. And they try to make it worth it if you forget. Like, obviously they keep adding new games to like try and incentivize you to continue, because obviously they don't want you to take advantage of the system like this. It's like how streaming services are constantly adding new shows and stuff, right? They're trying to convince you not to do it because, oh look, there's another show coming out. There's another game coming out. I do hope the HTTP file size gets smaller. I don't know if it will, man. The game's only growing. I'm not sure. I do wish canceling. There's a bunch of legislature in a bunch of countries that is like, I think it was in Canada that I read about it. It needs to be as easy to like unsign up as it is to sign up, if that makes sense. I think that's how it was worded. And I thought that was like that was like really good legislature. I can't remember where that was though. I can't remember if it was Canada or somewhere else. But I was like, oh yeah, it's perfect. Because yeah, sometimes it's a pain in the ass to like have to unsubscribe from some of these. They definitely don't make it easy to find the button, you know? I've definitely had to Google once before how to unsign up from a subscription, which is annoying. If I don't pay my electricity or internet, it gets shut off. The same thing happens with Game Pass. What? What? Subscriptions originally were paid upfront or installments. But that's how Game Pass works. You pay monthly, just like a subscription does for a magazine. If you don't pay for the subscription, they won't send it to you. I don't understand. What? That's just like the modern age of like auto billing. But if you don't pay for Game Pass, it gets turned off immediately. Right? Same as your power bill. Unless you're paying bill to bill, but I mean, I feel like most people are not paying bill to bill. They're actually like just auto paying. But that might just be a generational thing. Epoch or Quasar. If you're like looking to min-max the game, Quasar. But I still think Epoch is very good. It's not like a bad choice. Depends where. Oh, okay. One-click up-subbing doesn't make it through the U.S. House, Senate, this summer. Oof. Oh, didn't make it through. Oh, so it already did. That sucks. Gotta love lobbying. Unfortunate. Hi, Luna.
Essentielle Taktikausrüstung nicht länger verfügbar.
But I mean, like, this whole subscription model is the same as, like, National Geographic when I bought National Geographic, right? Like, you're just paying monthly for a thing. If you forget to unsubscribe, you forget to unsubscribe, right? Or, like, your phone bill. Power. Electricity. It's just yet another service. Do you prefer Warpack Jump Pack? Yeah. Yeah. I like Warpack a lot. Jump pack still has its point. You know, it has more verticality and stuff like that. For Twitch, I couldn't find a way to decide if I wanted to manually sub. What do you mean? Isn't it just a sub button? Or do you mean like you only want to purchase 1 month of like sub? Yeah, I don't know if you can. Other than canceling immediately right afterwards. Like I'm talking about with like Game Pass, right? You like buy 1 month and then immediately cancel. You can do the same on Game Pass as a Switch, yeah. You just cancel sub immediately. I don't know. I think it's free trials that require credit cards. Oh, oh, that's different. That is different. Oh boy, is that different. Big time different. Free trials that require your credit card. That one is different. That fucking gets people a lot. The idea that you have to put in your credit card, it's a free trial, ha 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 ha. I'm just gonna cancel it, surely. And then you're paying for the next 5 months. Yeah. That one's a bit of a bait and switch. Definitely the terms are in front of you, but that one is definitely in the realm of like scam. There should be a way to do a free trial without having to put your credit card in, bro. Can't see the guy that's shooting at me. Auto descriptions are scammy by nature. It should always be opt-in in every situation. I don't know what you mean by that. All of them are auto. Wait, what? All of them are opt-in. You have to select to pay. Wait, I'm confused. It's only automated because you opted in. Is there a way to do an automated subscription without opting in? You have to put in your credit card information, right? What is happening? It's a weird visual effect I don't think I've ever seen. I don't know. The way I look at scripts is it's like anything in life. Set a reminder on your phone. It's easy to forget. Some companies let you buy a set amount of time for a specific service. The notion that it has to be automatically renewed by default for it to work for the company is the scummy part. Gotcha. I don't think I've come across that. You should be able to pay for 1 month of service and not have to go through the hoops to cancel. Got you. That's what you're asking for. Personally, it doesn't bother me at all. Because I know it's cheap as it is because it doesn't have that auto 1 month. So the onus is on you. Because I'll take a deal. It's like a skill check, bro. Can you remember? Or can you just cancel it immediately? Using autopay to be predatory when it would take very little effort to receive a prompt to renew as your service default pay model. Yeah, but way less people would resubscribe, right? Like that. They might not be able to offer that service if people had that option, right? Like from a business perspective, I get it. If you constantly remind people, you know. I'll just unsubscribe. You're basically doing it for them. Which is cool, but there wouldn't be a business anymore. If people didn't resubscribe, then maybe there would be better products up there. It's hard to say because, like, for, like, Game Pass, it's not really up to Game Pass. Someone else is making the games. And if you don't have enough money, you can't pay for the games to be on Game Pass. And then you don't have enough money to, like, invest in Game Pass, right? What's an EPOCH? Feels really good, dude. EPOCH feels good. Uh-oh. Oh, knocked over. Damn! EPOCH just showing its fucking slaying ability right now. Hey, I like the service because I take advantage of it. I get it if you get taken advantage of, but it's kind of just life. Life is a lot of remembering to do things. It's kind of a big skill check in life. Remembering to do things. And the small inconvenience of having to, like, unsubscribe immediately, well worth saving the money, bro. But hey, if you don't want to do that, just don't do it. Just don't subscribe. If you know you're bad at remembering.
Evakuierungsanfrage bestätigt. Shuttle im Anflug.
Good thing my brain is damaged that I still remember all. Use your phone, trust. Phone reminders, the best thing. And make sure you can't, like, accidentally, like, forget. Like, it bothers you. You know, people have self-accountability? Is what it is. I can understand this argument if there were games that you could only get through Game Pass. True. I think I would also understand it better. But you could always just not buy a sub. right? It's not like Game Pass is offering you anything you can't get anywhere else, right? As far as games. You could just choose to buy that game a year down the road for the same, you know, overall deal.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 30 Sekunden.
Yeah, as soon as there's like Game Pass exclusive games, that's starting to be a little bit different. Actually being very different. We'll see if they ever do it.
Ankunftszeit 10 minus 10 Sekunden. Landezone räumen.
Fickt euch die Freiheit!
Hier ist Pelikan 1. Ich kann die Evakuierungszone sehen.
Lade nach!
Last month played Expedition 33 Dark Ages within, yeah. And it could have been also like, you know, Oblivion remaster as well. So much.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
And that's what you want, right? You want Game Pass to be good, so you don't want to, you know, stop paying for it, right? That's the drive for them, is that if they make a good product and they keep, you know, updating that service, you won't want to do what we do and unsubscribe immediately. Which is great. What value to the consumer does having automated subscriptions be on default instead of having being a box you can check when you make the purchase? Like what value does having automatic subscriptions so you don't have to think about it? That's why people do auto payments for like gas, power, their car, right? But if all we're arguing about right now is just like, well, I want a button, so I just have to only pay 1 month. It's not just one button, it's like 5. Does that really matter? Are we really, like, you're spending more time arguing about it than it does take to do that. Because, dude, when I've unsubscribed, I've done this for like 5 years now, where all I do is I subscribe and then unsubscribe immediately. You're already in the menu to do it. So it takes like 5 seconds to unsubscribe immediately. You like click out of the purchase window and then you go to options, setting, services, unsubscribe. I just... Like, sure, that'd be easier, but it's like, I don't know if it really matters.
Helldiver, der Überzerstörer ist bereit für Ihre nächste Mission.
You'd probably end up paying more, probably. It's hard to say, but you'd probably end up paying more because, you know, obviously less people would be subscribed for longer periods of time.
Hat Geschwader verlassen. Missionskoordinaten festgelegt.
Because if you give people the option to pay less, they'd probably pay less.
Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen. Orbit synchronisiert.
It's definitely a weird system, right? Because you get to save money because someone else is probably not saving money. But if they change the money, or they change the monetization model, you save less money. Everybody saves less money in general. My issue is that it's something that's designed to trick people. You guys keep saying that, but it's like, is it really tricking you? Like, so much of life just revolves around this kind of model. Like, it's kind of like street smarts, right? Like, it's not like you're walking up to someone on the street playing like the cup game and they're like, you know, cheating. I just don't see it as a trick. So much of life revolves around this kind of model, and it's been like that for a very long time. I don't see the trick.
Start initiiert.
Like it's not like you're talking to like a, you know, someone pretending to be Microsoft and they're trying to sell you $100 worth of anti, you know, spyware, but it ends up actually just being spyware. Like you're paying for a service and you know it's monthly, right? It's not a trick. Yeah, sorry, bad wording. Let me rethink the word. Okay. You know what I mean? Like it's not really it's obviously they're hoping that you won't unsubscribe, but they would want that regardless, right? Because that's just how subscription services work. They would hope that you wouldn't check the box for only 1 month. Like that's always gonna happen, right?
Feuert Orbitallaser.
Didn't really think about it being this mission type. Don't really need the backpack, but it is what it is. I missed. Oh, please chill. Oh my god, we barely got around that. Oh, we gotta run. We gotta run. Oh, dude, he's so fast. So he's not shooting at my teammate. Oh, I can't move? Okay, that's weird.
Verbündete zerstören nun im Geschwader. Helldiver-Einsatz im Kampfgebiet.
Oh, I'm not doing that. Let's take like Adobe for instance. I know the low blow. They take like this and then trying to extract money from people that want to spend instead of like focusing on what's good product. Spend time trying to extract money from the consumer without adding more value. Auto renew by default. It's nice, but it's not there for your value. They have it just given the tick box signing up. And I guess that's just like, that's the pros and cons of like doing business, right? Like any business is trying to extract value from you. That's just a given. They always are going to be trying to extract value from you because that's why they operate. Because if they didn't, they probably wouldn't be in business anymore. Most businesses would probably fail if all they went from like, it's like a pure value stand or like value for the consumer standpoint. Because like we were talking about before, like if they didn't do that, they would have to offer the service for more, right? I appreciate subscriptions that let you know when your monthly payment's about to be charged. Game Pass does that. At least it does for me.
Evakuierungsanfrage bestätigt. Shuttle im Anflug.
Letzte Startart.
50 Meter.
Warnung. Missionsgebiet wird verlassen.
Oh. Nah, that's not good.
Orbitalschlag!
Why did I just throw that there? I have no idea why I just threw that there. Wait, what? I think I thought I was like throwing something else. Or something? I actually don't know. I don't know what my brain was doing right there. I'll be honest. I kind of like just... I like brain fart really hard. I think I saw that guy and I just like... was like, oh, there must be a lot more next to him. Because I had the plan to throw the 120, but I wanted a good spot. I don't know. That's weird to me. I don't... Kinda just like brain farted super hard. Weird. So democratic. So democratic.
Verstärkungsbudget ist aufgebraucht.
Evakuierung abgeschlossen. Pelikan 1 hebt nun ab.
Noch ein Erdrutschsieg für Übererde.
Issues type of guy to land on Leviathan with a flag and Hellbomb somehow and make Super Earth proud. Damn right. Luna loves being curled.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, Gap!
Speaking of subscriptions.
Thank you for the tier 1 6 months, brother. Oh, actually, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the Prime, dog. GG's, GG's. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hey Luna, you okay?
Die Stunde unseres nächsten Sieges rückt näher. Reinigen wir die
Luna.
Galaxie vom Alien-Abschaum.
Oh, the message is finally showing up for winning the thing. So I wonder when we're going to use the gloom-resistant polymer coating. I've already had some people come in the chat and be like, I think it's going to be when Xbox shows up. Usually when we do something like this, it's like a month later or so we'll utilize it. Sometimes it's immediately. Hard to say. Hard to say, honestly. Luna, what do you think? She's got her mouth like slightly ajar. She is out cold. It does say we need to rotate our ships to refit them, so I feel like it's going to take a while. Fair. Usually when we get this technology, though, we don't always employ it immediately, though. Right? Is what I'm kind of trying to say. So they usually like will rotate through, and we'll like do like a butt or like a bot and then an illuminate MO, and then we'll come back. And which kind of makes sense. 20 days from now, yeah, that's quite a few MOs. It's like 3 to 4. Makes sense. Gives me some time to enjoy Battlefield 6. Very excited. Very excited. Dun, dun, dun. Luna. Look at this kitten. She's dead. Dead kitten.
Der Hilferuf der Freiheit hallt durch die Galaxie. Entscheiden Sie, wo Sie helfen.
She loves a good belly rub. Don't you, Luna? You love a good oh, big stretch. She loves a good belly rub. Look at these arms. They're so cute. They're boys. They're boys. Hi, Luna. Good girl. Good girl, Luna. I'm gonna do a little more bugs.
Sehen Sie sich diese Parasiten an. Befreien Sie den Planeten von der Plage.
FTL-Sprung nach das Fact-Bay-System. FTL-Sprung erfolgreich.
I clean your paw, Luna. I'm cleaning your paw.
Missionskoordinaten festgelegt.
Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, little kitten.
Hellpots bereit.
Little kitten. Little kitten. Let me put on light armor again. Man, I'm excited for Battlefield 6. So Battlefield 6 beta comes out literally an hour after my normal stream start. So we'll be playing it immediately. We'll be playing it immediately, basically, on that day. I'll probably literally start in that section. Maybe we'll play some Helldivers to start off. Obviously, because it's our main game, but yeah, we're going to be playing a lot of Battlefield 6. Very excited to check it out. Hope it's good. Hope it's good. Oh, nice. This just started. And then we will have drops enabled on the stream as well. So if you guys are looking for the cosmetics for Battlefield 6, make sure to come on by. I like the EPOCH, man. I like it. Ooh, thank you, teammate. Thank you for not killing me while doing that. Really, Autocan, is that true? You're not gonna shoot at the Brood Commander? Okay. What up, Accurate? How you doing, buddy? How are things? How's work? How's school? How's gym?
They really need to fix those bugs. I just died. Out of the blue, like just exploded. Oof. fuck?
What's your favorite game of all time? Dude, I'm so bad at answering those kind of questions. I can tell you that I have a great deal of love for like the original Halos. For like the original like Half-Life, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, GTA San Andreas, quite a few of the GTAs honestly. Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal. Dude, it's so hard to pick one. I don't have one. I just don't. I'm not that kind of person that could just like figure out one, man. I'm so bad at it. There's so many games that I absolutely adore. Great memories of playing like the original like Spyros. Eh. GTA 4. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. If you give me more specific genres, I think I can probably answer easier. But like, there's too many different games, and it like in different parts of my life, I wanted to play different games. You know. Like at one point, MMOs were like the only game I was playing, and then at certain points, I was only playing like competitive FPS games. So like. I want to get a version of the FMP90. I guess the Knight is close. The Knight is basically the P90 in a way. But I guess not one-to-one, right? Because, like, P90 has, like, armor-piercing shell or rounds, right? Doesn't it do that? Like, it's designed to take on body armor? So I guess it's still possible we could get something like it. Just give it lots of recoil or something to balance it out. Wait, where is this resupply going? Oh, it's on the outside. Played a bit of on bots with EPOCH unflinched. Seems. Oh yeah. It's good, yeah. It's a 5.56, just a smaller cartridge. Okay, fair enough. But I guess it would have more pen power than like a normal SMG, right? So this mother. Did you get a problem where like your subject is not complete, but you already did it? There's like a bit of a UI bug with that, especially if you like join late. I noticed that like sometimes your side objectives or like NAS on the map won't show that they're completed, but they are completed. What's the weird sound that we hear? I think it's supposed to be like some form of like gunfire echoing off the buildings. I think is what you hear. I think. I'm not exactly sure what that sound is, but I want to say it's most likely that. Didn't realize the Rubberman isn't one-handed. Yeah, that's not. It feels more like an adjudicator, like a short-barreled adjudicator than it does an SMG, honestly. My coworker warns me, or wants me to buy a new PC. You think it's worth for me to get a 28 that is rumored to release, or just go with the wait, accurate? Wait, what? Accurate, don't you have a 5090? Work equal unit, week equal good. How to skip the gym day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Missing that gym day, dude. That's gotta be painful. Hit the Lib Carbine one-handed. Well, just play the Knight. The Knight is one-handed. And that's the one-handed version of the Carbine. Not me, my coworker. Oh, fuck. I read that completely wrong. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Your coworker wants to buy a new PC. And he's asking for advice. Okay. So, do you think it's worth to wait for the 5070 Ti Super? Probably not. It kind of depends on prices and how prices are right now. If the 5070 Ti, like right now, is like over MSRP on average, I would probably maybe wait and see how the prices fluctuate. It's not too far out, the 5070s and Supers and stuff like that. I think they're only a couple months away. So I guess it also depends on, hey, how badly does this person need their PC upgraded, right? Like, is it dire, or is it like something that they can sit on for a couple months to see what the prices do? Now, also, how flush with the cash is this person? Because we're probably talking like maybe $100, maybe $200 difference at max savings, right? Is that a big deal to this person? Because that is a factor, right? When we talk about these pricey PC price, you know, comparisons and stuff like that, you know, is $200 or so worth, you know, waiting, you know, like that's, because like I don't think the 5070 Ti Super is going to be better than the current 5070 Ti by a big margin. It'd probably be at most 5%, and then you get more VRAM, which you don't fucking need 24 gigabytes. Even in the most extreme situations, you do not need 24 gigabytes. It's complete overkill. 16 gigabytes would be more than enough for like almost every fucking gamer out there. What up, War with TCOs? How you doing?
The stalker right there, the cap.
It's for his kid, not necessarily right now. It's for his kid? What does his kid play? He does not care about money. He wanted to buy his kid a 4090 for Roblox. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, just explain to him he doesn't need to spend that much money on a kid playing Roblox. Roblox, you could buy like a 5070 or like a 9070 or like a 9070 XT, and his kid would be extremely happy. I would not buy... Even a 5070 Ti is a little overboard for a kid. Like, it really is. Like, come on. Oh, you could buy the kid a 5060 and he'd probably be happy. Now, I'm assuming he's going to grow out of Roblox, so that's why I'm saying go a little higher for Roblox. You know? I'm on the side of it's a computer that he'll grow up with, right? So getting him like a 5070 or a 5070 Ti would actually be kind of nice. A 6060 would be like fucking dog shit if you're like trying to play anything other than Roblox, right? To me, or do bugs just kind of like stand around nowadays? They change the way they perceive us and they notice us. We are more stealthy because of that change. Before, they were way more aware of our positions. I believe they made this change like a month or two ago. I can't remember the reasoning behind it. Maybe someone in chat can. I think it had something to do with like bugs were too perceptive of our locations, so they wanted to change that. Yeah. Ooh, is that gonna land on that? I hope it doesn't. That's gonna be so awkward if it does. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, I gotta wait 25 seconds. I mean, even at 1660 will still run. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. All modern games will run shit on a 1660 Ti. At least get like a 4060 or 5060 at that point. I'd feel bad for the kid if he got a 1660. Perfect. Is there a reason to take the Defender over the Knight or Republic? Nah, I think that The defender is like more damage per bullet, and I think it has a slightly higher like durable damage per bullet, right? Obviously, because it's slower fire rate, but I don't think it's worth it. No, I think both the defender and the pummeler are in this like weird spot of feeling like not good. Because even the pummeler, I feel like I'd rather just use the Liberator Concussive or some other weapon, or just a weapon that kills the enemy. I don't think the pummeler is like bad, but. The bugs would see you constantly through walls. They're hearing you. You make a loud sound profile. So basically what they did was they like reduce the sound profile in general. Unless it's like more extreme ones, like you're shooting at them. But if you just like run around, they're way less likely to notice you now. Now, I prefer an enemy that is more aware than less aware. Because I think it's super lame that like enemies just ignore you. And like stealth is like a super viable strategy. Personally, I find stealth to not like it's a happy accident kind of situation that's good in this game.
Thank you, kind sir.
Rather than it being like the meta. Avoiding combat should never honestly be like the game like this should not be about avoiding combat. There should be moments where it's cool and good, but like I don't think it should be the average gameplay. So I preferred it back in the day when it's like if you alerted the enemies, they'd be very aware of your position. Not only because they're communicating, but also because like you're continuing to make noise. Now it's kind of awkward. It's very easy to avoid combat. Not to say that you can't play solo, you absolutely can. But we're just so powerful that like avoiding combat is just boring. Personal. The way I always thought about it was that like once you alert an enemy, they communicate to one another and then they tell each other where you are. That's the way I always thought about it. Would you up for the devs adding extra spawns as an additional optional type for more rewards? Absolutely, that's what tier 10 is. The problem is at this point I think there's like a game limitation at some point where it's like too many enemies. 210's too easy. Well, that's because they over buffed us and they nerfed our enemies. I mean, it's a product of people claiming that we're not powerful enough. That's what happens when all you do is buff. And all you do is nerf our enemies, you know? Bring back 15 ball titans, but it wouldn't be that hard to deal with that. Because we just one-shot them in the head. 15 ball titans would actually be pretty easy to deal with nowadays. To be fair, Strider Seed bots 10 is quite fun. Yeah, and you can still get variations of like hard in Helldivers. I still find like the Ball Titan Charger with like Hunter's variant is like still quite difficult at times, especially if everybody doesn't bring like anti-tank. And what's nice is that you don't know when you're gonna get that variant, so a lot of times everybody won't have anti-tank, so it actually can be quite hard. I've only lost like 2 games the last month, and it's actually been to that variant where my team doesn't bring a ton of AT because they're like bringing other stuff, and we get a very AT oriented variant, and it's tough, man. I thought more to an Acid Spitter than a Titan. Yeah, but I mean, Ball Titans are just they're nothing burgers. When they allowed us to one-shot them, it was over. We need an Alpha Ball Titan stat. Yeah, War Striders are very fun too. A lot of ragdoll, unfortunately, but still fun. Could be challenging. Hard mode isn't solo or anything. It's with 3 other divers who stink. Yeah, I get the impression that we're up against the wall as far as how many enemies they can spawn before the game starts to run really poorly or just crashes. Because it's also another product of we want better optimization, right? And we want better performance. They hear that and they're like, okay, well we can't go too crazy with spawns then, because that'll affect performance, right? That's definitely something they need to keep working on. Is somehow allowing more enemies without affecting your performance. Continue to optimize the game, continue to work on the game. Hopefully it happens.
Okay, I can make this better. Hold on.
Hier ist Pelikan 1. Ich kann die Evakuierungszone sehen.
I agree simply, but unfortunately, enemies have gone in the opposite direction for so long. A lot of our enemies just keep getting nerfed, and we keep getting more powerful. And they're attempting to do that, right? That's why we have an alpha brood commander. That's why we have an alpha this and that. That's why we have a behemoth charger.
You don't die. This motherfucker's immortal.
We just need more of them. Why? This guy is just yelling.
Let's go. Don't die.
Yep. So that's why we were talking about that variant with like charges and ball titans, right? Same kind of idea.
Unser Sieg stand außer Zweifel.
If we get like a havoc modifier for Helldivers, they need to do some more optimization before we get that. But yeah, just higher tier units in general spawning more often. We need modifiers that matter. They gotta find better modifiers that matter though. We've had modifiers that matter, but they were very often poorly received. They were not fun. Gotcha, Gita, gotcha. What? What you want, Keaton? That's not even the bad one, simply. That one's kind of okay. Fair enough. That's to nerf us a little bit. C-Buck spread fix? It is worth, yeah, that is. Nice. All 25 exploding crossbow.
I'm very proud of every single one of you. That was beautiful.
Is this guy drunk?
Nice tea.
Is he drunk? Did I never put the night one on? Oh. Why did none of these I buy the night skin for? Because I just forgot? I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. Bing. Do we only need 2 more weapons? At 25? Pummelair? Oh, 3. It's 3 more weapons. Three more. We're close. Almost done, gamers. Almost done. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum.
Die Brücke gehört Ihnen, Herr
I'd
Diver.
say we
Führen Sie
need
uns
like
in den
fail overcomes main of Syrian tanky. Well, objectives in general just need to be harder. They need to like spawn more enemies more often when we're doing objectives, probably. Like, I would argue that the difficulty of the game is actually quite good when we're like doing like flag defense or like storm the, you know, orbital cannon and stuff like that. Those are like good challenges in the game, good objectives. The problem is that it's like there's a lot of them that are not that hard. They're just so easy to like snipe across the map or just do this or that. And we're just so powerful that it's like very easy to just, you know, whoosh, wave them away, right? So it'd be nice if they continue to work on that for sure. Just keep adding more difficulty to the higher tier missions, especially like objectives.
Willkommen, Herr Diver. Der galaktische Krieg ruft.
Used to be that like 710 fuel would spawn a bunch during fueling. Don't know if they broke it because like nothing happens now. It never spawned due to you doing anything on the objective necessarily. But because you're in the radius of a primary objective, they're more likely to get spawns, like patrols and stuff. But also, the game has a hard time dealing with like people that separate. The game has a really hard time spawning lots of enemies in all locations on the map. Like really difficult. So if your team, especially now that we're like more advanced to the game, separates, which a lot of players do nowadays, your mission is just going to feel less intense in general. Rather than if you all just like hugged and like played next to each other the entire game. Your game will feel way more intense if you stick together. Rather than if you just run apart. Because like one person will feel very intense, but the three others will probably get very low spawns.
Die Brücke gehört Ihnen, Herr Diver. Führen Sie uns in den Kampf.
It's not always just the host, but it can more likely be the host. If they can figure out a solution to the separation problem, that'd be nice. And I think it's mostly just like adding more lethal enemies that punish players that go off by themselves somehow, while not making an enemy that like sucks to play against. I think Predator Strain is a fantastic example of, it's definitely a modifier that like promotes keeping people together more often, which I think is really good. Just got here. How's the fix? Good. Good. I've been really enjoying using EPOCH all day today. It's not perfectly accurate, but it's like enough that you don't really care. Hi, Annie.
Da sind Sie. Die Galaxie erwartet Ihre Rettung.
What up, Mad Dog?
Hellpots bereit.
How do you throw away electronics? Do you like chuck them in the garbage? No. Usually we just like bring them to somewhere that like takes them for recycling. But we usually like hold on to them. Like as a family, I don't know. We just kind of hold on to them for a while just in case we need them. Unless they're like broken. I want to say that's most common for us. Yeah, Best Buy, for instance, yeah. Like any kind of them? I'm not sure if they'll take any kind of electronic, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they'll tell you, Annie, on their website what they'll take and what they won't take. But I feel like most things that I forgot to change my weapon. Oops. I feel like most things that they sell, they would also take. You know what I mean? You don't want to you don't have to buy from Best Buy though. I think their hope is that like you won't buy that product from Best Buy, but like maybe you'll bring something in and then want to replace it at Best Buy. You know, I think they're also making some profit off of selling the recycled phone, the minerals and stuff. It's not a phone. I'm using it as an example, Annie. I'm doing this thing where you use an example to explain something. Because I don't know, you didn't tell me actually what you're bringing in, so I'm just using an example. Like you have a whole box, I just wrote it. It's like hair removal and face cleaner things. Like, they're like... Huh? What do you mean face stuff? Like, I don't know what a face... I mean... I don't know, I'm confused. Annie, what are you trying to bring in? Just type it again. You're confusing me with what you're saying. I don't understand. Face things? Like, facial things. I guess because I'm a guy, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what kind of, like, electronics those are. Skincare products? Those aren't electronics. When I think of skincare products, I don't fucking know. I'm so confused. Face cleaning electronic brush things. And they're, like, battery powered? Jesus. Really? That turret's so far away. Yeah, I don't know, Annie. You'd have to ask them. I have no idea if they'd take that. I would assume maybe, but I don't know. Like, I would guess yes, but I'm not sure. Do you have a better weapon for me? Eruptor, yeah, I'll take that. Hell yeah. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, no, I get that, Annie. I mean, try Best Buy. I mean, go to their website and see. They'll tell you what they will and won't, but... What? Ugh. Excuse me? It's a lot of chargers, holy shit. Oh my god, another one. Why are there so many chargers? This charger landed on me. It's funny. Like, you don't think I could just like put it next to the garbage thing in my building and hope they like pray someone deals with it? Ask your building people, I guess? I don't know. I don't know how they deal with that. Maybe. You live in a pretty nice building. Maybe they would take care of it. I don't know. That's hard to say, Eddie. You could just ask them. They will say no. I just want like non. What? I just I don't know. Just give it a Google. I don't know. Ask Google. That's what I would do if I wasn't streaming right now. I'd just Google it for you. See what Google says about bringing that kind of stuff to Best Buy. Can't Google it. Why not? What? Why not? Oh, they're already doing that one. Your fire stations? I've never heard of that one. Yeah, I mean, if you just like contact the city, you know, they will have spots where they want you to bring electronics. Best Buy is just a convenient one because of their business. Googling it alerts to electronic stuff that they need to get rid of it. Ooh. Ooh. True. I ain't gonna expose myself. I need to be anonymous throwing stuff out. What? Wait. Why do you need to be... Whoa. What kind of fucking tinfoil hat theory shit is that, Annie? I need to be anonymous? What? What? What you talking about? You can't Google it because you need to be anonymous? Anonymous for what? Honestly, Amish way of living is for me. No, it isn't, Eddie. You would fucking hate being Amish. I'm so confused about this conversation. Oh, Eddie, you confused the shit out of me. At first, I'm trying to figure out what products. Then I'm just gonna say, well, just Google it. And now I'm being told that you need to be anonymous. You can't Google it? Because Maple, I feel bad. It's bad for the environment. No. What you're doing is good for the environment, silly. If you bring it to those places where you're supposed to dispose of it, that's good for the environment. Because they will then recycle it. Annie, that's the point of it all. That's only the point. That you would go to these places and do it. That's why... Like going to Best Buy or going to this place or that place. Just Google it. Like, the city you live in, dispose of electronic locations. Most likely one will be like for your city, you know, like actual city. I bet it would be like Best Buy, you know? My brother told me I shouldn't be throwing away electronic things. It's bad. What the hell does your brother want to do with it? Hold on to every electronic he ever owned? Now, maybe he meant in the context of just don't throw it in the trash can, Annie? And is that what you're missing here? Because that's true. You shouldn't just throw it away, like in the trash can. Are you just missing that context? He does a shape... What? He does... He keeps everything. Well, you don't need to. You can just recycle it. If anything, that's actually better than just keeping it on their shelf. Because the recycling, they'll recycle it and make it into a new product. Could you show me the fix? Wait, what? What fix? EPOCH. But, like, what? Sorry. Wait. It's accurate now. What do you mean? We need to see that it's accurate now? Like, you need to see it right this moment. And Annie, just put on, like, incognito mode on your browser. I still don't understand why you need to be anonymous, but just see that. A city, okay, they only take certain fucking electronics. Yeah, because they can't recycle everything. Holy cow. Thank you, Cow Plays. Appreciate the 5. Luna, wake up. We got $5. Wake up, Luna. Nah, she's fast asleep. Sorry. Thank you for super chat. Thank you. My city will consume even a clipboard as long as it's made of metal. That's hilarious. I love that. Yeah, we just, in our municipality, we just have like a waste disposal area where you can like bring like, you know, all sorts of different stuff, including electronics. Or I could just go to Best Buy. They'll charge a fee? Yeah, usually they will. I think Best Buy does it for free, but I'm not sure. They still charge a fee if it's a brand they don't take. Yeah, that makes sense. This is why people throw it in the ocean. Unfortunately, yeah, some people are cheap as fuck. But also, there's lots of places around the world, Annie, that take it for free, so... I'm annoyed. I know some things they won't take. Then at that point, you might need to throw it in the trash. It is what it is, honey. It is what it is. What'd you send me? That's a fair take. Just throw it in recycling. There's a fair chance that someone will take it out and recycle it. It's worth some amount of money. Yeah, good one, Annie. I totally believe that. You're buying more electronics. We know you are.
Noch ein Sieg über die Terminitenplage.
Music got stuck? Sounds like it did. It did.
Verbündeter Zerstörer hat Geschwader verlassen.
A personal electronic item. I don't even... What is that? Is that on a phone, though? Have they fixed flesh mobs walking the floor yet? They're less likely to spawn in the floor. And I think that was the main reason why they were in the floor to begin with. So, yes, I guess. I haven't really seen it happen, personally.
Hellpots bereit. Aktiviere Orbitaldüsen.
Like, for personal spaces. And he's talking all cryptic, so she must mean something very, private. I'm guessing. I don't know. I think I understand what you mean. I think the only device of that type that I have is a toothbrush, so... I experienced they couldn't walk on stairs. I don't think I had that issue, but I don't know. Most vast majority of the time they were spawning on like an elevated platform, but they would actually just spawn below the platform. Lately the Falcon pods are really drunk. Yeah, they're having some trouble. They're having some trouble. Arrowhead needs to look into that. Absolutely, they need to look into that. It's getting a bit silly. All right, chat. I'm starting to get hungry. Oh, and I don't want to burn out, so I'm going to call the stream here. We'll be back on tomorrow. Tomorrow should be more Helldivers 2. We also have a sponsor stream later in the afternoon tomorrow, so it'll be kind of like a double stream day. So it'll probably be a little bit shorter in the morning, and then I'll be streaming a little bit of Helldivers to start in the afternoon. It'll be like early evening for people in the EU, or I guess the evening in general. And then I'll be streaming the sponsored game afterwards. It's the last stream as part of the Fortnite, Lego Fortnite expeditions. So that'll be fun. Finish that up. We'll be playing with Pace 22, Cypher PK. So we'll be doing that again. Yeah, so Helldivers to start. And then Lego Fortnite expeditions afterward. So yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Looking forward to Battlefield 6 on Thursday morning. Very excited for that. We'll be checking out the beta and we'll be grinding. So yeah, if you haven't already, check out the Discord link down below. Check out the YouTube also. Luna is fast asleep. I'll say bye. Peace out, everybody. Much love. Have a great morning, evening.